The ocean stretches farther than the eye can see, but what lies beneath is even more boundless. It holds secrets too strange to ignore and too real to dismiss. Structures beneath the waves, shaped with a precision that nature alone shouldn't be able to explain. Ships that slipped into open water and never returned, leaving behind no sign, no wreckage, no goodbye. And deep, endless chasms in the sea floor. So dark and untouched, we don't even know how to begin exploring them. These aren't myths. They're not ancient legends or forgotten folk tales. They are documented, witnessed, investigated, and still completely unsolved. So settle in. Where we're going, facts blur into folklore. The deeper we go, the stranger it becomes. Let's begin. Our story today begins in the summer of 2011, in the cold, grey waters of the Baltic Sea, a place where forgotten wrecks lie buried beneath centuries of silt, and the sea keeps its secrets well. A team of Swedish divers, part of a private exploration group known as Ocean X, was scanning the seafloor between Sweden and Finland. It was a standard sweep, another long day of sonar readings in search of lost cargo or wreckage from the wars that once scarred these waters. There were no old legends guiding them, no maps marked with warnings, just the routine rhythm of exploration, until something unexpected appeared on the screen. What emerged was not a shipwreck, not a rock formation, not anything that fit comfortably into the known catalogue of seafloor features. It was circular, shockingly so, symmetrical, with harsh right angles and flat planes that seemed to defy the chaos of nature. A shape that looked designed. Almost immediately, the headlines began. Some called it an ancient alien spaceship. Others insisted it was a lost Nazi wonder weapon from the Second World War. But the truth, if there is one, remains far more elusive. This is the story of the Baltic Sea anomaly, a cold, silent riddle lying 300 feet beneath the surface of a northern sea. A structure that, to this day, has resisted every effort to explain it. And like so many of the ocean's strangest secrets, the more we learn, the stranger it becomes. Just a small note before we continue. The visuals you'll see are intentionally minimal. What you're hearing took a great deal of time, carefully pieced together from forgotten histories. So whether you're watching closely or just letting the sound carry you, it's all part of the journey. Thanks for choosing to spend this time here. Let's keep going. It began with a sonar scan. The Ocean X team, a private group of Swedish treasure hunters led by Peter Lindberg and Dennis Osberg, had been scouring the Baltic Sea for shipwrecks and lost cargo. Their previous work had unearthed bottles of vintage champagne and sunken vessels from past wars. It was hard, methodical work, but every now and then, the sonar would return something unexpected, something strange. On June 19th, 2011, they were dragging a side-scan sonar unit across a patch of seafloor roughly 60 nautical miles west of the Swedish coast, when the monitor lit up with an image that stopped them cold. There, resting on the bottom, was a massive formation, roughly 60 meters wide, shaped like a perfect disc, flat on top, steep sides, with a trail stretching out behind it as if it had skidded to a halt across the seabed. To the untrained eye, it looked almost exactly like the Millennium Falcon from Star Wars. And even to seasoned marine explorers, it didn't look natural. The anomaly rested at a depth of around 90 meters, deep enough that visibility was limited and exploration would be difficult. Still, Lindberg and his team knew they had found something worth investigating. But the initial discovery brought more questions than answers. Sonar images are not photographs. They're abstractions, readings of acoustic echoes translated into visual forms. and this particular reading left plenty of room for speculation. What stood out was the shape, perfectly circular, with what appeared to be right angles, corridors, and a smooth, almost runway-like surface leading to its base. At the top of the disk, the sonar showed a peculiar ridge, like a dome or turret. Around the perimeter were what looked like stair-like features, symmetrical, geometric, and shockingly even. It didn't resemble any known shipwreck, nor did it match any natural rock formations typically seen in the Baltic. More disturbingly, it appeared to be constructed. In the weeks that followed, the OceanX team went public with their discovery. The response was immediate and polarizing. Media outlets ran with the story, branding it the UFO at the bottom of the Baltic. Some called it a crashed alien spacecraft. Others compared it to Atlantis. Speculation flourished, and the anomaly became an overnight sensation. But while the world speculated, the team prepared to return. They would dive to the site, photograph it, sample it, touch it with their own hands, and perhaps, finally, determine what this object truly was. The return expedition in the summer of 2012 brought with it a combination of wonder and frustration. Descending into the cold Baltic waters, the divers soon encountered the anomaly up close. And what they found was, in some ways, even stranger than what the sonar had suggested. The object was not metal. It wasn't a crashed ship. It wasn't covered in wreckage or debris. Instead, it was composed of a dark, stone-like material, with smooth, curved surfaces that didn't seem to match the surrounding geology. The structure stood nearly 4 meters tall and extended over 60 meters in diameter. Its surface was unusually smooth, almost polished in places, and near its base, the divers observed what appeared to be an entrance, or a hole, leading into a dark void beneath the disk. The trail behind it, initially seen on sonar, was real. A trench stretching over 300 meters across the seabed, as if something massive had slid or crashed into place. Divers also reported odd electrical interference when near the object. Their equipment would stop working. Lights would flicker. Cameras would malfunction. Even satellite phones refused to operate when directly above the site, only to return to normal function once the vessel moved several hundred meters away. Some began to wonder, was the anomaly emitting some kind of electromagnetic field? And if so, why? Samples of the object were retrieved and sent for analysis. What they found was both ordinary and inexplicable. The samples consisted of granite, gneiss, and basalt, common types of rock found in the region. But when examined closely, the basalt appeared to have been subjected to unusually high temperatures. Some researchers claimed it had been melted and re-solidified, not by natural forces, but possibly by heat beyond what the local geology could explain. That alone would be odd, but it wasn't the only anomaly. Surface scans revealed what looked like long, straight lines etched into the object, lines that resembled markings, or perhaps symbols. But they were eroded, weathered by centuries of water and silt. Whether they were natural fissures or remnants of something artificial remains unclear. Some parts of the structure were even more confounding. Divers described one section as resembling a staircase, a series of steps carved directly into the side of the formation. Another diver mentioned a formation shaped like a corridor, with straight walls and a flattened floor descending into the interior of the anomaly. All of it felt wrong, like something that didn't belong. Back on the surface, analysis continued, and theories multiplied. Some proposed that the anomaly was the remains of a World War II-era anti-submarine device, perhaps a bunker or turret that had fallen into the sea. But the size and shape didn't match any known wartime structures. Others speculated that it was a glacial deposit, a remnant of the last ice age shaped by retreating glaciers over 10,000 years ago. Geologists supporting this theory pointed out that the Baltic Sea basin was formed during the last glacial period, and that glaciers are capable of transporting massive boulders and depositing them in strange arrangements. But critics of the glacial theory were quick to note the unnatural geometry of the object. Glaciers create erratic, irregular deposits, not perfect circles with right angles. Then came the more outlandish theories. Some insisted the anomaly was a crashed UFO, its electromagnetic interference the product of dormant alien technology. The skid marks behind it were interpreted as evidence of a crash landing, with the object gouging into the seabed as it came to rest. Others proposed it was a remnant of an ancient civilization, a sunken temple, or a long-lost outpost from a forgotten age. The markings were thought to be inscriptions, the steps, an entryway, the interior void, a chamber awaiting rediscovery. And then, there was a theory even stranger still. What if the anomaly wasn't a structure at all, but a machine? A relic from a time before recorded history, buried, forgotten, and perhaps still dormant? If so, what would happen if it were reactivated? These were not the conclusions of scientists, but they were the questions whispered online, in forums, in documentaries, in late-night radio broadcasts. The Baltic Sea anomaly had become something else, not just a mystery, but a story, a myth in the making. And yet, as with all great mysteries, the truth remains hidden. Efforts to return to the site have been limited. Harsh weather, limited funding, and the complex logistics of deep-sea exploration have prevented a full-scale excavation. The Ocean X team has made several dives since 2012, but no new evidence has surfaced that can definitively explain what the anomaly is, or isn't. Satellite imagery shows nothing. The object is too deep, too shadowed to be visible from above, and underwater drones have limited ability to maneuver at that depth in the silt-heavy waters of the Baltic. Over time, the fervor has cooled. The world moved on to other enigmas, other strange finds, but the anomaly remains, resting silently beneath the waves, watching, waiting, somewhere between science and legend. But even as interest faded from the headlines, the anomaly itself never changed. It continued to sit, unmoved, undisturbed, beneath the cold, brackish waters of the Baltic Sea. A silent sentinel cloaked in mud and mystery, occasionally revisited, often reimagined, and still entirely unexplained. For those who had seen it in person, the mystery had a weight to it, a physicality. Divers spoke of a strange silence around the object, not just auditory, but atmospheric, as if sound itself dimmed near it, as if the sea in that one specific place was holding its breath. More than a decade has passed since that first sonar image lit up the screen aboard the Ocean X vessel, and still, there is no consensus, no official explanation. No government agency has taken ownership or issued a statement. No museum has classified it. No history book includes it. But perhaps that's what makes it so haunting. In an age where nearly everything is catalogued, digitized, and explained away, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains untouched by certainty. It defies the algorithm. It shrugs off the spotlight. It just exists. And yet, if one listens closely, the theories have not gone silent. Let's walk through them now, not as answers, but as possibilities, as shadows cast by a shape that still refuses to reveal itself. The glacial theory remains the most mainstream explanation. Some geologists argue that the anomaly is nothing more than a moraine, a mass of rock and sediment deposited by glacial movement. Over time, they say, the ice may have sculpted it into its current shape, polishing and carving as it passed. But this theory struggles under scrutiny. Glaciers are powerful, yes, but they do not create perfectly circular objects with stair-like features and smooth corridors. They do not cut right angles, nor do they leave behind metallic-sounding interference when electronics draw near. And what of the heat marks on the rock samples? Basalt melted by temperatures too high to be explained by natural geothermal activity in the region. What process would have done that beneath the Baltic Sea? Even the trench behind the anomaly, sometimes called a runway or skid mark, resists easy explanation. If this object was deposited by ice, why does it appear to have carved into the seabed as if arriving under its own force? Then there's the architectural hypothesis. Some researchers have likened the formation to megalithic sites like Göbekli Tepe or Stonehenge, ancient monuments built with large stones and mysterious purpose. Could the Baltic Sea anomaly be the remains of a forgotten culture? If so, the implications are profound. This region was once dry land. During the last ice age, sea levels were hundreds of feet lower. The Baltic Basin was a vast, icy tundra, later a fertile landscape dotted with rivers and lakes. Could an ancient civilization have built something here before the waters rose? Perhaps a temple, or a tomb, or something else entirely. The markings observed by divers, the lines etched into the surface, seem deliberate to some. Not random fractures, but inscriptions, patterns, something meant to be seen, meant to be read. But if so, by whom? And for what purpose? Others point to the legend of Doggerland, a lost landmass that once connected Britain to continental Europe, now submerged beneath the North Sea. If Doggerland existed, could there have been others? Other sunken plateaus, other forgotten cultures lost to time and tide. Could the Baltic anomaly be one of their final traces? It is a romantic theory, filled with ancient echoes and the allure of the unknown. But it is not without problems. There is no datable material yet retrieved from the site. No artifacts, no bones. Nothing that screams human habitation. Which brings us to the most speculative and the most unsettling of all the possibilities, the technological hypothesis. Some believe the Baltic Sea anomaly is not a ruin, not a sculpture, not a rock, but a machine. Not one of human origin, but of something other. The electromagnetic disturbances experienced by divers have fueled this idea. Cameras short-circuiting, radios going silent, GPS cutting out without explanation. It has led some to wonder if the object is still active, still powered in some dormant way. Could it be an ancient craft? A relic of something once airborne, now buried beneath centuries of sediment? The object's resemblance to the Millennium Falcon, a fictional spacecraft, has been widely mocked. But the visual comparison is hard to ignore. Its disc-shaped structure, its symmetrical ridges, its central dome. It looks made. And if it is a craft, then the implications are staggering. That would mean it did not arrive here during the Ice Age. It came later. It crashed. Or landed. And that trail behind it? Not a glacial scrape, but a landing scar. Of course, no credible scientific institution has embraced this theory. It lacks evidence. It lacks support. But so does every other explanation. There is no clear culprit, no consistent narrative, just a disk in the sea. That shouldn't be there. And perhaps that is what makes it so magnetic. The mystery of the Baltic Sea anomaly isn't just in its shape, but in its refusal to answer. The sea is a natural eraser. It swallows evidence, smudges footprints, silences wreckage. And yet, in this one case, it seems to have preserved something. A structure, an imprint, a question so large that even a full decade of scrutiny hasn't cracked it. One might ask, why hasn't more been done? Why haven't governments or universities launched expeditions to settle the matter once and for all? The answer is complicated. Deep-sea operations are expensive. The Baltic is cold and rough. Visibility is low, and the object rests in waters filled with silt that resettle quickly, obscuring photographs and complicating exploration. There's also the issue of jurisdiction. The anomaly lies in international waters, making large-scale excavation or protection a bureaucratic challenge. And finally, there is the possibility that no one wants to know. Mystery has its own power. A mystery unresolved becomes legend, becomes myth, becomes part of the ocean's ever-growing archive of the unexplained. Perhaps it is better left alone. The divers who have visited the anomaly describe it as deeply unsettling, not in the way that danger unsettles, but in the way that truth sometimes does. As if the object is not just old, but alien to everything around it, out of place, out of time, like it wasn't supposed to be there. And yet, it is. There is something haunting about that. In all likelihood, the Baltic Sea anomaly is natural. That is the rational view. But even rationality has its gaps, its blind spots. And until someone brings back conclusive evidence, until someone drills into the heart of that strange disk and brings back something we can hold in our hands, we are left with uncertainty, which means we are left with wonder. The ocean does not care for our categories. It does not conform to our expectations. Sometimes it delivers a shipwreck. Sometimes it delivers a fossil. And sometimes it delivers a question. The Baltic Sea anomaly is one such question. Circular, silent, waiting. Its surface smooth, as if designed. Its origins unknowable. And perhaps that's the point. Some mysteries were never meant to be solved. Some were meant to remind us that the world is deeper, stranger, and far more ancient than we often admit. That beneath the surface, sometimes literally, lies a reminder of just how much we have yet to understand. So if you ever find yourself near the waters of the northern Baltic, pause. Look out across that vast grey sea. And remember, something is down there. Something old. Something silent. Something still unexplained. Story 2. The Devil's Sea, Dragon's Triangle. Some mysteries leave behind ruins or wreckage, silent witnesses to whatever unfolded. Others leave only questions. The Baltic Sea anomaly was one such enigma, a perfectly geometric mass resting cold and still on the ocean floor, defying explanation and resisting every effort to understand it. But while that mystery lies locked beneath frigid Nordic waters, not all secrets sleep so quietly. Some churn and shift, hidden in motion, cloaked by heat and current. Some don't wait to be found. They find you. Because not all seas are passive. Some fight back. Roughly 100 kilometers south of Tokyo Bay, just off the eastern coast of Japan, there exists a stretch of ocean that mariners have feared for centuries. To those who know its waters well, it's a place to be respected, or avoided entirely. Quiet one moment, violently chaotic the next, it has a reputation that stretches back through generations of lost ships, vanishing aircraft, and strange, almost mythological occurrences. A place where compasses spin, radios fall silent, and time itself seems to stretch or stall. They call it the Devil's Sea. Others call it the Dragon's Triangle. Both names point to something old and something dangerous. But where exactly does myth end and reality begin? Let's begin our journey not with the supernatural, but with geography. The Devil's Sea sits in the Pacific Ocean, roughly bounded by points near Japan's east coast, the Bonin Islands to the south, and the Mariana Islands to the southeast. It's roughly triangular in shape, hence the triangle, and its reputation as a mysterious region often invites comparisons to its western cousin, the Bermuda Triangle. Like the Bermuda Triangle, the Devil's Sea has earned its ominous moniker from a long string of maritime disappearances. But the Devil's Sea doesn't just share characteristics with its Atlantic counterpart. In some ways, it's far stranger. The waters within this triangle are notoriously volatile. The Pacific is a restless ocean to begin with, but here the tectonic activity is especially intense. The seafloor is riddled with trenches, volcanic ridges, and geothermal vents. Earthquakes and underwater eruptions are common. Entire islands have formed and vanished in living memory. One such island, known as Myojin-sho, erupted violently in 1952. It had barely emerged from the ocean when a Japanese research vessel, the Kaiyo Maru No. 5, was sent to study it. The crew consisted of over 30 people, scientists, engineers, and sailors. They never returned. The ship was destroyed by a sudden eruption, its remains scattered across the sea. No survivors were ever found. This single event might have been written off as a geological tragedy, if it were an isolated incident. But it wasn't. Between 1950 and 1954, Japanese records indicate that at least 5 military vessels vanished in this region under similarly inexplicable circumstances. No wreckage, no distress signals, just silence. In response, Japan designated the area a danger zone, ceasing all official expeditions for several years. It wasn't the first time the sea had claimed ships without warning, and it wouldn't be the last. The waters of the Devil's Sea are deceptively beautiful. On the surface, they shimmer like any other part of the Pacific, vast, blue, and sun-dappled. But beneath lies a volatile underworld. The region sits along the Pacific Ring of Fire, one of the most seismically active zones on Earth. Here, the Earth's crust is thin, fractured, and in constant flux. Magma chambers rise and fall, tectonic plates grind against one another, and pressure builds in unpredictable ways. This instability can create underwater volcanoes, sudden whirlpools, rogue waves, and even localized magnetic anomalies. Sailors have reported compass readings that fluctuate wildly in these waters, not drifting slowly as one might expect, but spinning, snapping, changing in bursts. Pilots navigating the airspace above have described brief equipment failures, sudden losses of altitude, and odd fluctuations in cabin pressure. Weather behaves strangely here too. Storms appear out of nowhere, dense, fast-moving walls of cloud that descend in minutes. These aren't the slow-building fronts of a typical weather system. They're abrupt, almost surgical in their intensity. Short bursts of chaos that swallow planes and ships alike. And then there's the silence. Radio operators passing through the Devil's Sea have noted periods of total communication blackout. No signal in or out, even with otherwise functional equipment. Sometimes it lasts only seconds, sometimes hours. It's this convergence of geological violence and navigational instability that gives the Devil's Sea its fearsome reputation. But geology alone doesn't explain what many mariners claim to have witnessed. Because for some, what they saw in these waters wasn't a storm, or a volcano, or a rogue wave. It was something else entirely. Take the account of the fishing vessel Tenshu Maru, which narrowly escaped disaster in the early 1970s. The crew had been fishing in what they believed to be relatively safe waters, just north of the Triangle's border. Conditions were calm, no storms on the horizon, no warnings. Then, without explanation, the sea around them began to bubble. It started subtly at first, a few plumes of foam, as if something were boiling far beneath the waves. Then the boat lurched sideways, as if caught in a current that didn't match the wind or tide. Several crew members reported a deep rumbling sound, not above the water, but below it, like some vast mechanism groaning into motion. Suddenly, the water in front of the vessel split open. They described it like a hole in the ocean, a perfectly circular patch where the surface water dipped downward as if being pulled into the depths. The boat tilted forward, caught in the strange depression, before the captain managed to reverse engines and pull away. No geological explanation was ever confirmed. No quake, no underwater eruption. Just a calm day turned nightmare, and a crew that returned home with no fish, no injuries, and no idea what had almost dragged them under. Stories like this are rare, but they are not unique. Over the decades, hundreds of vessels have passed through the Devil's Sea without incident. But those who vanish, vanish without warning, and sometimes without even entering the region at all. In 2007, a cargo freighter traveling from Taiwan to the port of Yokohama disappeared from radar just hours before its scheduled arrival. It had reported no mechanical issues. Weather conditions were favorable. But then, mid-transmission, its signal cut out. The ship never made it to port. An international search turned up nothing. No oil slick, no debris, no distress call. Just a gap in time and location. Its last known coordinates placed it just outside the Devil's Sea's western perimeter. Which raises the question, does the mystery extend beyond the triangle? Or is the triangle itself shifting? Some researchers believe the Devil's Sea may not have fixed boundaries at all. Instead, it could be a mobile zone of instability, governed not by geography, but by fluctuations in tectonic activity, magnetic interference, and underwater pressure systems. In other words, the danger zone may be moving, subtly, slowly, unpredictably, a living thing, not a mapped region. And if that's true, then our understanding of this place is built on a false foundation. But even if the triangle's borders are unclear, its legacy is not. For centuries, Japanese folklore has warned of a haunted sea east of the homeland, a realm ruled by sea dragons, spirits, and yokai. Sailors spoke of vessels that vanished into dragons' mouths, and of strange lights beneath the water that followed boats for days. These stories predate modern shipping routes, modern science, even modern Japan itself. They hint at something older, deeper, embedded in the cultural memory of the region. It's worth noting that the Japanese name for the Devil's Sea, Mano Umi, doesn't just mean devil in the Christian sense. It implies a cursed or dangerous place, but also one that is otherworldly, supernatural, out of balance with the normal world. And perhaps that's what the Dragon's Triangle truly represents. Not a place of evil, but a place where the rules no longer apply. A thin spot in the veil between the known and the unknowable. Scientists have attempted to explain away the triangle's mysteries with hard data, pointing to magnetic anomalies, rogue waves, and extreme underwater terrain. And to a large extent, these factors do provide plausible explanations for some of the disappearances. But there's always something left over. The freighter that left no trace. The compass that spun on a cloudless day. The radio that went dead without warning. The crew that never came home. And that's where the Devil's Sea becomes more than just an anomaly of nature. It becomes a mirror, a reflection of our uncertainty, our vulnerability, and our need to map the edges of the unknown. Because even with satellites in orbit and sonar on our ships, there are still places on this planet where things vanish, and no one knows why. Places that resist measurement, places that fight back. And as we sail farther into the 21st century, we may be forced to accept that some regions of our world don't want to be understood, that some waters are wild, not just in force, but in nature. To better understand the legends that swirl around the Dragon's Triangle, we need to examine not only the stories of lost ships, but also the tales of aircraft that simply disappeared. One of the earliest recorded cases dates back to 1953, when a military training flight carrying several young Japanese pilots took off from a base near Yokosuka. It was a simple exercise, a formation drill over open water with clear skies and minimal wind. The flight path curved gently southeast, skirting the very edge of the region we now refer to as the Devil's Sea. Everything went according to plan, until it didn't. Roughly 40 minutes into the mission, all radio contact with the formation was lost. No mayday, no turbulence report, no warning. What made this event especially eerie was that observers on the ground, including a radar operator and 2 lookouts with binoculars, claimed to have seen the planes begin to flicker in and out of view. 1 minute, the formation was visible on radar and to the naked eye. The next, it was gone. Completely. No wreckage was found, no bodies recovered, just silence. At the time, the incident was chalked up to an unexpected squall. A storm must have blown in and scattered the group, officials said. But the families of the pilots weren't so sure. And neither were the men who had watched those aircraft vanish, not into a storm, but into thin air. Decades later, in 1990, a civilian pilot traveling from the island of Guam to Japan's southern Ryukyu chain reported something stranger still. Mid-flight, while cruising at 30,000 feet, the pilot noticed a circular patch of ocean below that appeared almost motionless. In a sea known for its currents and chaos, this patch was eerily still, glassy and grey, as if made of metal rather than water. As the plane passed over it, he lost all instrument readings, altimeter, compass, gyroscope, all dead. The aircraft didn't dip or stall. It kept moving. But for nearly 90 seconds, every piece of navigation equipment read 0. He described it later as flying blind through a void. Then, as quickly as it began, the instruments came back online. Nothing appeared damaged. The sky remained clear. But when he landed in Okinawa, a routine check of the plane's flight logs revealed something alarming. The aircraft was 3 minutes behind schedule. Not ahead, as would be expected with favorable wind. Behind. Despite a tailwind and no evidence of deceleration, the plane had lost 3 minutes somewhere over the open ocean. To this day, neither the airline nor aviation authorities have an explanation. Was it a fault in the system, a fluke, or something stranger? Cases like this have led to comparisons between the Devil's Sea and the Bermuda Triangle, another region known for vanishing vessels and lost time. Some have even suggested that both areas lie at opposite ends of a global phenomenon. 2 anomalous zones connected through unexplained forces that interact with Earth's magnetic field. While the science behind this idea remains speculative, the pattern is compelling. Both regions sit near significant underwater ridges. Both are home to frequent seismic activity. Both have long histories of folklore involving sky holes, sea mouths, and otherworldly lights. In the Devil's Sea, legends of glowing orbs rising from beneath the waves date back centuries. Fishermen from the Bonin Islands have spoken of sea lanterns, blue and green lights that rise silently from the water, hover for a few minutes, then vanish into the clouds. The lights are said to be cold, silent, and completely unnatural. Some describe them as spherical, others as spiraling, like coils of light. Modern skeptics argue these sightings are likely ball lightning, bioluminescent phenomena, or simply visual distortions caused by atmospheric conditions. But the frequency of these reports, and their consistency across generations, suggests something else. One of the most chilling modern encounters with these lights occurred in 1986. A Japanese cargo vessel, the Tsushima Maru 2, was making a routine supply run through the southern stretch of the triangle when it encountered dense fog. The crew slowed to half speed and activated the ship's radar to avoid collisions. For 30 minutes, nothing unusual occurred. Then, the lights appeared. 3 of them, hovering just above the waterline, each the size of a small car, according to the crew, pale green and pulsing. At first, they thought they were buoys, or perhaps rescue helicopters, but they made no sound, no movement, just presence. Then one of the lights descended. It didn't move forward, it sank straight down into the ocean. The others followed, and as they vanished beneath the waves, the fog dissipated instantly. Radar returned, visibility returned, but the crew would later say that the atmosphere had changed. They couldn't explain it, only that everything felt different, as if something had passed through their world that didn't quite belong to it. No official explanation was offered, and the ship's logs were mysteriously lost in transit during its next docking. Today, the Devil's Sea continues to be a subject of fierce debate among scientists, sailors, and skeptics. Some researchers insist that all disappearances can be attributed to logical causes: volcanic eruptions, methane gas pockets, underwater landslides, or violent shifts in magnetic fields. Methane hydrates, in particular, are a compelling theory. These frozen gas deposits, buried deep beneath the seafloor, can erupt without warning, releasing massive bubbles that rise rapidly and reduce water density. In theory, a large enough methane eruption could sink a ship in seconds. The water beneath it would no longer be buoyant enough to support the vessel's weight. No time for a mayday, no debris left behind, just a sudden plunge into the abyss. But while this might explain some cases, it doesn't explain all. It doesn't explain why planes also disappear. It doesn't explain the strange lights. And it certainly doesn't explain the reports of time loss or phantom radio signals. Some believe the Devil's Sea is the site of an ancient magnetic anomaly, a relic of tectonic forces that have twisted the planet's crust into something unpredictable. Others suggest it's a geological hotspot still in the process of forming, a place where undersea mountain ranges are literally being born, creating chaos in the magnetic and gravitational fields around them. And then there are the fringe theories. The idea that the Devil's Sea is not a geological phenomenon at all, but a dimensional one. That perhaps, in certain regions of the world, space and time themselves can warp. That rifts, however brief, can open between realities or timelines. To many, this sounds absurd. But quantum physics has shown that the fabric of space-time is not as rigid as we once believed. And if the planet is capable of producing such immense forces, enough to shift continents and raise islands from the sea, is it truly impossible that those forces might occasionally bend the veil between here and somewhere else? We may never know, because unlike other mysteries, the Devil's Sea leaves no trace. No monuments on the ocean floor, no ruins to excavate, only absence. It is a mystery that consumes, silently, without warning, without witness. Which is perhaps why it continues to haunt the minds of those who study it. Because the Devil's Sea does not ask to be understood. It demands to be respected. And for those who cross its invisible borders, perhaps remembered. Before we leave this segment behind, there's one final story to consider. In 1955, a Japanese researcher named Professor Yujiro Tamaguchi conducted a small expedition into the Devil's Sea aboard a privately funded research vessel. The mission was to record underwater seismic activity using custom hydrophones. They were stationed near the Izu Islands, on the edge of the triangle, and spent 2 weeks gathering data. Nothing unusual occurred, until the final night. At 3:12 a.m., all instruments recorded a single, sharp tremor. Then, silence. But in the logs retrieved days later from the ship's backup data buoy, which had detached and floated back to shore, there was a final, unexplainable entry. A sound, one not heard above water, but captured deep below. It lasted exactly 7 seconds. It began as a deep hum, like machinery activating far beneath the crust. Then it rose into a screeching, warbling tone that no analyst could identify. It didn't match whale calls. It didn't match tectonic groaning. It didn't match anything. And then it stopped. The recording ends abruptly. The ship was never seen again. Its last transmission. All systems normal, preparing to surface. But it never did. Whatever took the vessel left no trace, no oil, no wreckage, only a single drifting buoy and a sound. Even today, that recording is stored in a locked archive at a private oceanographic institute in Tokyo. Some have heard it, most haven't. But those who have describe it the same way. It doesn't sound like something from the sea. It sounds like something trying to leave it. And so we end our journey through the Devil's Sea with no definitive answers, only questions. Where do these ships go? What are the lights that rise and sink? Why do some travelers emerge, changed? And what ancient forces stir beneath these waters, waiting? Some say it's just coincidence, others say it's legend. But those who've crossed it, they say it's real. They say it watches. They say it waits. So if you ever find yourself sailing near Japan's eastern coast, and the skies go still, and your compass begins to spin, turn back, because the sea does not always forgive curiosity, and some triangles are traps. Let's move forward, but keep an eye on the horizon, because in the ocean's silence, something always listens. Story 3. The seafloor's mysterious holes. From the strange signals echoing through the Mariana Trench, to the magnetic pull of vanished ships and silent ghost vessels. The deeper we go, the more the ocean seems to resist being understood. Its mysteries aren't always loud. They don't always announce themselves with crashing waves or flickering lights. Sometimes, the most baffling enigmas are quiet, simple, hidden in plain sight, just holes. Perfectly circular holes, arranged in eerily straight lines, bored into the seabed at depths where few have ever ventured. At first glance, they don't look like much. Small indentations in the ocean floor, some less than a few inches wide, evenly spaced like the stitches of a giant invisible thread. But it's their arrangement that disturbs the mind. Uniform, intentional, too precise to be the result of random geology, too deep to be the work of known marine creatures, and too strange to ignore. They stretch across the seafloor like dotted trails left behind by something or someone, moving silently through the darkness. These holes have been spotted in multiple locations across the world's oceans. But one of the most recent and compelling discoveries occurred in 2022, when a team of scientists aboard the NOAA ship Okeanos Explorer were surveying the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, a vast underwater mountain chain that snakes through the center of the Atlantic Ocean. As the ship's remotely operated vehicle descended into the depths, scanning the rugged terrain at nearly 2 miles below the surface, it came across something wholly unexpected. A neat row of holes, spaced almost perfectly apart, aligned in a direction that didn't match the surrounding topography. It wasn't the first time they'd been seen. In fact, similar formations had been discovered decades earlier, in 2004, not far from this very region. And just like before, they left no clear clue about their origin. Back then, scientists had jokingly dubbed them Lebensspuren, a German term meaning life traces, referring to markings or patterns made by living organisms on the seabed. But there was something different about these new holes, something too clean, too regular. The ocean floor is not a place of order. It is chaotic, shaped by pressure, erosion, volcanic activity, and the slow creep of tectonic plates. The idea that a natural process would produce such tidy lines of holes, each about the same size, each spaced just a few inches apart, each appearing to penetrate into the sediment beneath, defied expectations. And the mystery only deepened when scientists attempted to investigate further. The ROV attempted to gently probe the holes, using robotic tools to examine what lay beneath. But the silt and fine sand shifted too easily. The holes seemed to vanish under pressure. The sub's cameras captured close-up images, but even those raised more questions than answers. The edges of each hole were crisp, the interior undisturbed, as if something had punched through the sediment from beneath, leaving behind a neat tunnel of nothing. Some holes had small sediment piles nearby, suggesting material had been pushed outward from within. Others seemed untouched, like perfect voids. There were no signs of marine life around them, no burrowing creatures, no trails, no disturbances, just the holes, sitting there, in lines, waiting. The Okeanos team submitted their findings to the public, asking for help, hypotheses, explanations. But none came close to providing a definitive answer, because no known marine organism creates structures like these. And the deeper you go, the less likely it becomes that anything familiar is responsible. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is a colossal tectonic boundary stretching nearly 10,000 miles across the ocean floor. It's a place of immense geological activity, where the Earth's plates slowly drift apart, allowing magma to rise and form new crust. But it's also a place of eerie silence, a twilight realm where light never reaches and temperatures drop to near freezing. Life down here is sparse and strange. Bioluminescent creatures drift through the water like living phantoms. Fields of tube worms cling to hydrothermal vents. Microbes feed on chemicals instead of sunlight. It's a world almost alien in its isolation. And into this world appear rows of holes, silent, still, patterned. So what could have caused them? One of the first and most conservative theories is biological. Some marine researchers suggest that the holes might be made by deep-sea organisms, perhaps a species of burrowing worm or crustacean that we've yet to observe directly. In this view, the holes might be part of a feeding pattern or even a mating display, the way certain birds create elaborate ground nests to attract a mate. But that theory falters under scrutiny. If marine life were responsible, there should be signs of activity, movement, tracks, deposits. But there are none. The seabed around the holes is undisturbed, silent, undocumented, and the holes themselves are unusually consistent. Their spacing, size, and orientation don't match any known biological pattern. Another idea is that the holes might be geological, the result of gas or liquid escaping from below the sediment. Perhaps small pockets of methane or carbon dioxide are finding their way to the surface, creating the illusion of intentional holes. But this too doesn't quite fit. gas release from the seafloor usually creates irregular patterns, bubbling, craters, collapse zones, not perfect rows, not uniform spacing, not precision. Some researchers have even proposed that the holes could be caused by geological stress, that as tectonic forces pull the Earth's crust apart, small fissures open up in neat patterns along fracture lines. But the orientation of the holes doesn't align with known fault systems, and no seismic activity was recorded near the area at the time. And so, the mystery lingers, because the truth is, we don't know what's down there. We've mapped the surface of the moon in more detail than we've charted the ocean floor. More people have walked on lunar soil than have seen the bottom of the mid-Atlantic ridge with their own eyes. The deepest parts of the ocean are not just dark, they're distant, nearly unreachable, and for much of human history, we've ignored them. But when we do look, we find things like this: patterns, signs, impressions, as if something down there is moving, not wildly or randomly, but with purpose. And that possibility is what keeps the mind turning. Some fringe theories have emerged over the years, ideas that fall far outside the realm of conventional science, but echo through the halls of speculative thought. One theory suggests that the holes are the result of an intelligent presence, not necessarily human, but something capable of shaping the seafloor with intention. Supporters of this idea point to the uniformity of the holes, their alignment, their inexplicable isolation. They argue that this could be evidence of underwater machinery, robotic or otherwise, conducting some form of unknown activity. Mining, surveying, movement. If this sounds far-fetched, consider this. We have deployed autonomous underwater vehicles for decades, drones capable of drilling, sampling, and scanning. Could something else be doing the same? The ocean is the perfect hiding place. Vast, deep, inaccessible. If an advanced civilization, terrestrial or otherwise, wished to operate undetected, there would be no better place than the deep. Others point to ancient myths, stories passed down by seafaring cultures about the ones beneath, beings who live in the abyss and rise only when disturbed. In Norse mythology, the Midgard serpent lies beneath the ocean, encircling the earth. In Polynesian lore, Tangaroa is the god of the sea, dwelling in the dark depths and shaping the ocean floor. And in Lovecraftian fiction, ancient entities sleep beneath the waves, leaving behind signs and patterns that defy explanation. Are the holes remnants of something old, something buried, or are they new, signs of something awakening? Of course, science demands evidence, and so far, we have none, just holes. But the mind wanders, especially when those holes appear in places untouched by sunlight and unseen by man. Even the terminology surrounding them feels strange. Scientists don't call them craters or vents or depressions. They're referred to as mystery holes. Officially, it's rare for a scientific body to use such a term. Rarer still for it to remain unresolved after decades of sightings. And yet, here we are. The holes reappeared in 2022, 17 years after the first documented sighting in the same region. The patterns were nearly identical, the mystery unchanged. If these were the markings of an animal, it would have to be a species with an astonishing lifespan, or one that returns to the same location across generations for reasons unknown. If they're geological, why do they appear only in isolated sections of the mid-Atlantic ridge and not elsewhere? And if they're artificial, then who or what is making them? Some researchers have suggested that we might be looking at something akin to oceanic crop circles, signs left behind by natural forces or unknown intelligence, visible only from above and only when the lighting is right. Satellite imagery has shown strange linear patterns across parts of the seabed, some extending for miles. Patterns we can't yet explain. Could these holes be part of a larger picture? A map of sorts? A design? We don't know. And maybe that's the point. Because the holes do not speak. They do not answer questions. They do not explain themselves. They just exist. Small, simple punctures in the Earth's skin, unnoticed by most, but undeniable to those who've seen them. And that's where the mind begins to spiral. Because if something as small and subtle as a row of holes can baffle oceanographers and geologists alike, what else might be down there, hidden just out of reach, waiting to be seen, waiting to be found? We return to the seafloor, to those quiet, perfect openings in the deep, still unanswered, still undisturbed. After the 2022 sighting, the scientific community once again found itself in a familiar position, staring at data that refused to yield a conclusion. The images captured by the Okeanos Explorer circulated across institutions and online forums alike. But despite the growing intrigue, no team has yet returned to that precise location to conduct a follow-up study. Part of the problem is distance. The mid-Atlantic ridge is not an easy place to reach. Located far from any mainland, stretching between the coasts of Europe and the Americas, it lies beneath some of the most turbulent and remote waters on Earth. And while technology has improved, launching a deep-sea expedition still requires enormous funding, coordination, and time. But even if we could go back, even if we sent the best submersibles with the most sensitive equipment, would the holes still be there? The ocean is not static. Currents shift the sediment, volcanic activity reshapes the terrain, and over time, the seabed forgets what was once etched into it. This fleeting nature of the seafloor, the fact that it can erase its own secrets, is what makes the mystery so haunting. It suggests that there may have been other patterns, other trails, other signs we missed because we weren't looking in time. And the thought that something might be moving across the ocean floor, leaving behind temporary signatures like these, implies a kind of intelligence, or at least repetition. Some researchers have quietly speculated that the holes could represent more than surface-level markings, that they could connect to tunnels beneath, conduits through the sediment used for unknown purposes. Tests to verify this are difficult. Even the best submersibles can only probe a few inches below the surface before resistance becomes too great. If there are chambers beneath, or channels, they may lie beyond the reach of current tools. And the alternative, digging into the seafloor itself, could destroy the very patterns we're trying to study. So the mystery endures, but it is not isolated. Strange holes have been documented in other parts of the ocean too, though none quite match the precision or formation of those along the mid-Atlantic ridge. In the 1990s, off the coast of California, marine biologists discovered a grid-like arrangement of holes in soft sediment. Initially believed to be natural, further study revealed their arrangement was too structured. Some researchers proposed that burrowing fish or worms might be responsible, but no species was ever linked to the formation. The holes eventually disappeared beneath the shifting sand and were forgotten. In the Arctic Ocean, during under-ice expeditions, similar patterns have been spotted along the bottom of frozen shelf areas. Lines of indentations, shallow but consistent, stretching in rows beneath the ice-covered surface. Some attributed them to glacial movements, others weren't so sure. And in 2015, sonar scans of the seafloor in the Indian Ocean revealed what appeared to be a latticework of evenly spaced holes, far below the reach of any known trawling equipment. The data was inconclusive. No expedition was launched. The findings were buried in a summary report and never published in full. Each sighting, on its own, can be brushed off, dismissed as coincidence, as curiosity, but together they suggest a pattern, not of the holes themselves necessarily, but of something else. A silence, a reluctance to look too closely, because the deeper we look, the more the ocean begins to resemble a place we were never meant to fully understand. The idea that something might be interacting with the seafloor in deliberate ways is not without precedent. Hydrothermal vent fields, for instance, host ecosystems that depend entirely on chemosynthesis, a form of life that doesn't require sunlight. The creatures in these environments build elaborate nests, structures, and trails. Some even use heat gradients to guide their movement, navigating by temperature rather than sight. But even these marvels have their limits. They do not bore neat holes into the sediment at intervals too consistent to be accidental. And they certainly don't operate in isolation without leaving biological traces. So the question becomes, if not nature and not us, who? One of the more provocative theories points to unmanned underwater vehicles. Not ours, but perhaps deployed by nations or entities engaged in secret deep-sea exploration. The holes in this scenario could be part of a sampling operation, a way to test sediment, measure gas emissions, or even install sensors. The idea is not implausible. Governments and corporations have long expressed interest in the deep ocean, for minerals, for data, for control. But if this were the case, why the secrecy? Why leave no records? Why use formations that raise more questions than they answer? And why return, after nearly 20 years, to the exact same pattern? Another theory reaches deeper, into the idea that the ocean itself is an interface, a boundary between what we know and what we don't. Some have speculated that the holes are not trails, but symbols, that they might represent something more abstract, markers perhaps, or messages, waiting to be read. It sounds fantastical, until you consider ancient human behavior, petroglyphs, stone circles, carvings in remote caves, placed where only the most determined would find them. All signs of communication, not always meant for the masses, sometimes meant only for those who dared to seek. Could the seafloor, untouched, unseen, serve a similar purpose? Could something be trying to communicate, not with language, but with geometry? Linear holes, patterns, points on a grid, like a code, written in absence. Of course, these are just theories, but that's the nature of the ocean's mysteries. They resist certainty. They leave room for wonder. And perhaps that is their purpose. As scientists debate, as explorers plan their next descent, as the world looks elsewhere, the holes remain, still, unyielding, whispers in the dark, and maybe they're nothing. Maybe they're just quirks of the seafloor, strange but meaningless. The ocean has plenty of those, but maybe they're more. Maybe they're a reminder that there are still places on this planet where the rules don't apply, where straight lines don't come from coincidence, where silence speaks. So the next time you imagine the ocean floor, cold, dark, lifeless, picture this: a long, neat line of holes, stretching into the distance. No ship above, no animal nearby, no explanation waiting, just geometry, where none should be, just intention, without origin, just a trail, left behind by something unknown. And as the current drifts above and sediment begins to settle, the pattern remains, a question written into the skin of the earth, and one that, for now, has only one answer. We don't know, and perhaps we're not meant to. Story 4. The Bloop, a sound from the abyss. from the distant, deliberate holes left behind in the seafloor, a mystery written into the very skin of the earth, our attention now turns to something far less visible, yet somehow more visceral. Not a trail, but a whisper. Not a pattern in the sand, but a vibration in the water. And not something we can see or touch, but something we can hear, faintly, impossibly, echoing from the deepest abyss. It was a sound, just a sound, but it was enough to bring the scientific community to a standstill, enough to shake the minds of those who had long considered the ocean a known frontier, enough to remind us that beneath all we've mapped and measured, something stirs. This is the story of the bloop. It begins not in a submarine or on a remote expedition, but in a laboratory. The year was 1997. The Cold War had long ended, but its technologies lived on, quietly repurposed, quietly humming in the deep. Among these remnants were vast underwater microphone arrays, once designed to listen for enemy submarines, now pointed at the unknown. They stretched across the Pacific Ocean, forming an acoustic web capable of detecting the faintest of disturbances. Operated by the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, these hydrophones had become tools for scientific research, capturing the rhythms of the sea. They listened for calving icebergs, for volcanic rumbles, for the long, haunting calls of whales echoing across hundreds of miles. But on a quiet day, in the summer of 1997, they heard something else. Something that didn't match anything on record. It began as a low rumble, deep and organic, almost too low to be heard by the human ear. Then, within seconds, it rose in pitch, morphing into a strange, bubbly crescendo that faded into silence. The entire event lasted just under a minute. And yet, it was unmistakable. It was so loud that it was picked up by multiple listening stations spaced more than 3,000 miles apart. Whatever caused it hadn't been close. It hadn't been small. This wasn't a blip or a glitch. It was a bloop. That's the name scientists gave it. A casual, almost cartoonish label for something that, deep down, none of them could explain. The bloop. A name that sounds silly, but the implications were anything but. Because in the world of underwater acoustics, volume means mass. And the volume of the bloop was staggering. To be heard across such vast distances, the source would have had to be enormous. Titanic. Larger even than a blue whale. The largest known animal to ever exist. And therein lay the problem. No known marine creature, not even the great baleen whales, could produce a sound that loud, and certainly not one with that particular frequency curve. The bloop didn't match any known marine animal. It didn't match any known geological activity either. And it wasn't mechanical. It was something else. The location? Roughly 1,500 kilometers west of the southern tip of South America, in a remote corner of the South Pacific, near a submerged ridge known as the Pacific Antarctic Ridge, a place far from human traffic, far from shipping lanes or military exercises, and far, it seemed, from any easy explanation. For weeks, the bloop remained an internal mystery, discussed quietly among NOAA researchers. They ran simulations, cross-referenced historical data, ruled out faulty equipment, ruled out known biological sources, and yet, no answer came. Eventually, the sound was released to the public. A small snippet, heavily compressed, but still eerie in its own right. Amateur sleuths and online theorists quickly took hold of it, fascinated by its otherworldly quality. It didn't take long for the speculation to begin. Some believed the bloop was geological, perhaps an undersea quake, or the collapse of a massive ice shelf. But those phenomena produced distinct acoustic signatures, and the bloop didn't match them. Others argued it was a living organism, something deep beneath the sea, so massive and elusive that it had never been seen, never been tracked, never been classified. A creature larger than any known whale. Perhaps something ancient, or something not entirely natural. And then came the wilder theories, that it was a leviathan, a remnant of prehistoric times slumbering beneath the crust of the earth, that it was a deep-sea beast stirring for the first time in millennia, that it was the call of something alien, not just in biology, but in origin, a creature not born of this planet. One particularly compelling thread tied the bloop to the works of H.P. Lovecraft, the early 20th century writer whose stories imagined monstrous godlike beings that slept beneath the ocean, whispering madness into the minds of men. Lovecraft's most famous creation was Cthulhu, a towering entity said to dwell in the sunken city of R'lyeh, located in the southern Pacific. And while it was fiction, many noted with a shiver that the coordinates Lovecraft described were eerily close to where the bloop had been recorded. Coincidence? Perhaps. But it was enough to ignite the imagination. Even NOAA scientists, when asked about the bloop, acknowledged the odd coincidence with a bemused smile. They weren't suggesting the bloop was Cthulhu, but they couldn't tell you what it was either. For a time, the bloop became the subject of books, documentaries, and endless internet rabbit holes. It stood as the ultimate audio enigma, a sound from the abyss that defied science and invited speculation. Years passed. Other mysterious sounds were recorded, some geological, some biological, some still unexplained. But the bloop remained special, partly because of its volume, partly because of its shape, and partly because, like all great mysteries, it arrived without warning and left no trace behind. Then, in the early 2010s, a new explanation emerged. NOAA researchers revisited the original recording with new tools and better models. And slowly, a theory began to form, one that, on the surface, seemed mundane. They proposed that the bloop was the sound of a large icequake, the fracturing of a massive iceberg as it broke away from the Antarctic shelf and plunged into the ocean. The frequency, they argued, matched certain patterns seen in other glacial events. The volume, too, could be explained by the sheer mass of the ice involved, and the location made sense. The southern Pacific is not far from Antarctica, geologically speaking. Icebergs drift, carve, and collapse with regularity in those waters. This theory gained traction in scientific circles. NOAA updated their website to reflect it. The bloop, they now said, was most likely an icequake. Case closed. But for many, it wasn't. Because the icequake theory, while plausible, came with caveats. It didn't perfectly match the bloop's acoustic signature. And unlike other recorded icequakes, the bloop had a unique tonal quality, a rising pitch, like the bubbling crescendo of something alive. A signature that, to this day, remains unmatched. Even among similar events, the bloop stands alone. And then, there's the matter of recurrence. Other mysterious ocean sounds, like Julia, Slow Down, and Upsweep, have been recorded repeatedly. Sometimes seasonally, sometimes annually. But the bloop, it was heard only once. Never before, never again. Just once. A singular cry from the deep. This fact alone has kept the debate alive, because icequakes don't just happen once. And creatures, if they exist, tend to vocalize more than once in a lifetime. Unless what we heard wasn't a regular sound. Unless it wasn't part of a pattern, or a behavior, or a geological cycle. Unless it was a signal, a flare, a final breath, or a warning. There are those who believe the bloop was not a biological sound, but a mechanical one. Not a creature, but a machine. A resonance from something buried. deep beneath the ocean floor. The idea isn't without precedent. There are places in the Pacific where we've discovered undersea ridges, magnetic anomalies, and strange heat signatures that defy easy categorization. Could the bloop have been the sound of something awakening, or breaking loose, or escaping? And if it was a machine, who built it? What was it for? And why, in all the time since, has it remained silent? Some theorists take the idea even further, suggesting that the bloop was a byproduct of human activity, or rather, something hidden from human awareness. A secret experiment, a test, a momentary breach into a layer of the Earth we were never meant to reach. The ocean floor, after all, is pockmarked with holes, vents, and scars from past activity, both natural and man-made. Drilling, mining, nuclear testing, all have left their marks. Could one such event have triggered something unintended? The idea lingers in the background of modern oceanography, the unsettling notion that we may have opened a door without knowing what lay behind it. But even if none of these theories are true, even if the bloop was just ice breaking free in the vast southern sea, there's still something about it. The way it cuts through silence, the way it fades just before your brain can make sense of it, the way it sounds, not random, but intentional, like a message, not in words, but in presence, in mass, in mystery. Because the ocean doesn't speak in sentences. It doesn't use grammar or syntax. It speaks in roars and hums, in tremors and vibrations, in sounds that bypass logic and go straight to the bone. And in 1997, for just one moment, it spoke loud enough for the entire world to hear. And then it stopped. No follow-up, no repetition, just that one sound. A sound so loud it traveled across a third of the planet. So low it couldn't be heard without machines. So strange that the people who recorded it spent years trying to explain it and failed. It is still out there, buried in the data logs, floating through forums, passed around like a digital ghost. The bloop. A silly name for something that may not be silly at all. And whether it came from ice or flesh or machine or something else entirely, it came from a place we don't fully understand, from a depth we have yet to conquer, and from a silence that, for one moment, broke. Not with a bang, but with a bloop. And just like that, the silence returned. After the bloop was heard in 1997, no similar sound was ever recorded again. Not from that location, not with that pattern, not at that frequency. In a world increasingly surrounded by constant noise, the bloop was an anomaly. Not just because it was heard, but because it was never heard again. It would be one thing if the bloop repeated, if it became a seasonal occurrence, like some deep ocean migratory call, if it returned with the shifting of tectonic plates or the rolling of Antarctic tides. But no, it was singular. One moment, one signal, a ripple in the long quiet of the deep. This has unsettled researchers far more than any eerie recording, because repeatability is the cornerstone of science. You hear something once, you label it a curiosity. You hear it twice, you begin to investigate. You hear it 100 times, and you begin to understand. But once, just once, that lives in a different category altogether. It becomes a whisper in the void, something you can point to, but never define. A ghost in the ocean. And the deeper you look into it, the stranger it gets. The precise location of the bloop's origin has never been fully pinned down. Hydrophones spaced across the Pacific triangulated it roughly to 50 degrees south, 100 degrees west. A blank patch of water halfway between New Zealand and the southern tip of South America. There are no islands nearby, no seafloor labs, no notable shipping routes. just open water and the yawning, frozen abyss. Beneath those coordinates lies a stretch of seafloor known as the Pacific Antarctic Ridge, a tectonic boundary running like a scar across the ocean bed. It's a region of slow-spreading crust, of hydrothermal vents and hidden rifts, where heat and cold collide in silence. To this day, few have explored its deepest reaches, because it's not just remote, it's inaccessible. The ocean at those latitudes is fierce and unpredictable. Towering waves, icy storms, weeks of fog. The Southern Ocean doesn't welcome visitors. It consumes them. Perhaps that's why the bloop has never been investigated in person. No expedition has ventured there to drop sonar buoys. No deep-sea drone has scoured its depths for clues. There's no wreckage, no structures, just pressure and darkness. Whatever happened on that day in 1997 happened alone. There are theories, of course, plenty of them. Some believe it was the collapse of a massive iceberg shelf, an event so rare and massive that it triggered a sound unlike any recorded since. Others suggest it was a cry of tectonic protest, a grinding of ancient plates at just the right pitch and power to mimic life. But then, there are those who reject those explanations outright, who listen to the bloop not with instruments, but with instinct. They hear it and feel something wrong, because the bloop doesn't sound like geology. It sounds intentional, a low warble, a rising bubble, a moment of escalation, then silence, not random, not chaotic, rhythmic, composed. Even the most hardened researchers, those trained to strip emotion from data, have admitted something unnerving about its tone, something that sounds less like an accident and more like a call. And if it was a call, then what was it calling to? That's the question that haunts the periphery of this mystery. Because if there was one bloop, could there have been another? What if it wasn't a signal from something, but a signal to something? What if we didn't hear the end of a sound, but the beginning of a conversation? It's easy to drift into speculation when dealing with a mystery like this. Easy to draw lines between unconnected dots. But sometimes the ocean encourages that. It doesn't reveal, it hints. It doesn't answer, it echoes. There are sounds, for example, that resemble the bloop but never gained the same attention. A decade earlier, in the mid-1980s, a series of low-frequency sounds were picked up near the East Pacific Rise, another tectonic ridge, with a profile not unlike the bloop. They weren't as loud, they weren't as clean, but they were there. And even today, hydrophones around the world occasionally catch whispers, low murmurs, strange pulses, brief metallic pings that fade before they can be located. Perhaps the bloop is only special because it was so loud, so impossible to ignore. Perhaps the deep has been speaking for years, and we've only just started to listen. Or perhaps the bloop was unique, a death rattle, a final gasp of something ancient giving itself up to the sea. There's one theory, less scientific, more poetic, that imagines the bloop as the cry of a vanishing creature, a colossus from another era, driven extinct by a changing world, surfacing once more in confusion, then disappearing forever. A final transmission, a fading presence. The world is full of lost giants after all. Megalodon, the giant marine reptiles of the Cretaceous, even the colossal squid, once myth, now barely glimpsed. The ocean holds onto its dead differently than the land. There are no bones beneath the sea, only sediment, only silt, only silence. The bloop, in that light, becomes a kind of eulogy, a sound that shouldn't have existed, because its source no longer does. There is another possibility, one that rarely finds its way into scientific journals, but often lingers in the comments of those who listen closely, that the bloop wasn't organic or geological, but constructed. The sound of something not natural, but engineered. A machine, a vault, a signal tower buried in basalt. The remnants of an ancient civilization, long since claimed by the sea. There are those who point to underwater ruins found in other parts of the Pacific, like the Yonaguni Monument off the coast of Japan, with its eerily precise stone formations, or the Bimini Road in the Bahamas, or the Cuban underwater city spotted by sonar scans in the early 2000s. They suggest that we've vastly underestimated what once existed below sea level, that entire cultures may have risen and fallen beneath the waves. And if that's true, who's to say they didn't leave something behind? A beacon? A barrier? A prison? Could the bloop have been the sound of that structure failing? Or of something being released? It's here that the bloop begins to mirror the stories of old, of kraken and leviathans, of great beasts stirred by seismic shifts, of things that sleep beneath the world and stir only when the world forgets them. We dismiss these myths as superstition, as metaphor, as ancient people giving shape to storms and currents. But the ocean hasn't changed, and sometimes myth is just memory, spoken in another language. Perhaps the bloop was the sound of something waking up, or of something reminding us it's still there, still watching, still waiting. There's a peculiar kind of fear that comes with listening to the bloop, not because it's loud or strange, but because it's real, recorded, verified, preserved. It's not a legend, not a story passed down by fishermen or cryptic sailors. It's data, hard science, and yet it offers no explanation, just more questions. What caused it? Why hasn't it repeated? Why there? Why then? Why that sound? We may never know. And that, more than anything, is why the bloop endures. It's not just a curiosity, it's a crack in the foundation of certainty. A reminder that for all our satellites and sensors, there are still parts of this world that do not answer when called, that send us messages we cannot translate, that exist beyond reach, and that sometimes scream into the silence before going still. The bloop remains, in archives, in minds, in mystery. A sound from the abyss, a sound without origin, a sound without reply. And perhaps that is enough. Perhaps it doesn't need an answer. Perhaps its power lies in its solitude. Because in the deepest part of the sea, in the coldest, darkest trench, where light cannot go and pressure turns steel to dust, something once moved, and it made a sound, just once, and we were lucky enough to hear it. Story 5. The upsweep phenomenon. From the ghostly resonance of a single sound in the abyss, to the strange, dissonant choir of a world we still don't understand. Not all deep-sea mysteries come from singular moments. Some stretch across years. Some pulse through the ocean like a forgotten message on repeat, repeating without reason, without rhythm, but always returning. We shift now from the singular shock of the bloop to a stranger, subtler pattern. Not a burst, but a hum. A signal that has echoed through the Pacific for decades and continues even now. This is the upsweep. It began in 1991, almost by accident. The US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA, had just deployed its Equatorial Pacific Ocean Autonomous Hydrophone Array. It was a system designed not to investigate mysteries, but to listen for underwater volcanic activity, to monitor the constant tectonic shifts of the planet beneath the sea. But the sea had other things to say. Shortly after the array came online, a strange noise was picked up by multiple listening stations thousands of miles apart. The signal was loud, unusually so, and it swept upward in pitch over the course of a few seconds. Low at first, then rising, again and again and again. A repeating pattern, predictable but inexplicable, as if something vast and hidden were breathing beneath the Pacific. NOAA scientists gave it a name that mirrored its structure, the upsweep, and once they noticed it, they couldn't stop hearing it. It wasn't a one-time event, like the bloop. It was persistent, enduring, faint at times, but always there. The sound rises in frequency and volume, and then drops away, each burst lasting several seconds, then vanishing into the noise of the sea. Then it returns, sometimes hours later, sometimes days, but always the same general shape, upper, then gone, and back again. At first, researchers believed it must be volcanic, perhaps a new form of seismic activity. And the theory made sense. The source seemed to be in the Pacific, somewhere between New Zealand and South America, a region known for its underwater ridges and tectonic volatility. Specifically, they narrowed the rough location to somewhere near the Pacific Ocean's East Pacific Rise, a vast mid-ocean ridge where two tectonic plates are slowly pulling apart. If something were venting gases, or if a fissure were opening and closing, it might sound like this. That was the assumption, until the sound kept going, and going, for months, then years. And now, over 3 decades later, it still hasn't stopped. That's what makes upsweep so strange. Not just its eerie tonal structure, but the sheer persistence of it. It comes and goes in waves, varying in loudness with the seasons. It tends to peak during the spring and fall, but no one knows why. Volcanic activity doesn't behave this way. Not in such regular cycles. The pattern is too neat, too smooth, too deliberate. And so the questions began to build. What exactly could make a sound like this? It doesn't resemble the vocalizations of whales or other marine mammals. Those tend to be more complex, more modulated, sometimes melodic, sometimes chaotic. Upsweep is simpler, more mechanical, and yet it doesn't fit any known technology either. It isn't sonar, it isn't a signal from a ship, it's not man-made, at least not in any traditional sense, and more curiously, it doesn't move. Whereas marine mammals migrate and vessels traverse the sea, the source of upsweep appears to remain fixed, always emanating from the same region. A location deep beneath the central Pacific, far from shipping lanes, far from research stations, far from any known point of interest. Just a patch of water above the mid-ocean ridge, empty on the surface, but below, that's where speculation begins. Some believe the source must be geological, a type of hydrothermal vent perhaps, whose structure causes it to emit rhythmic pulses as water flows through a constricted channel. Others think it could be tectonic, the sound of grinding plates producing ultrasonic harmonics that rise in frequency as pressure builds, then release. But these explanations are only partial. Because upsweep isn't constant in intensity, its volume has gradually decreased over the decades, fading, like a radio signal from something slowly powering down. And that change doesn't match any known geological behavior. Volcanoes don't fade like that. Tectonic plates don't whisper. So what else could it be? Some researchers have floated the idea of an undersea resonance, the possibility that some vast chamber beneath the ocean is reverberating like the body of a cello, amplifying the movements of fluid or gas into audible sound. It would require a very specific structure, a dome or cavity of unusual shape, carved by volcanic activity and sealed just enough to trap energy. Like an enormous underwater instrument, playing the same strange note over and over again. But even this doesn't explain the seasonality, the way the sound waxes and wanes in spring and fall. And if it's a natural instrument, then what is playing it? That's when the theories grow darker, or more imaginative, depending on how you view the unknown. Some have pointed out that the upsweep bears a resemblance to coded signals, that its structure, while simple, has the regularity of a beacon. It could be, they suggest, a form of communication, not language perhaps, but a repeating identifier, a signal meant to say, "I am here." But if that's true, who or what is sending it? It would require a consistent energy source, a fixed position, and no discernible motive, other than to be heard. Of course, there is no evidence to support this, no visual confirmation, no shipwreck, no base, just the sound. And so, the idea remains speculative, filed away with tales of USOs, deep-sea civilizations, and lost technologies. But even among skeptics, upsweep holds a strange fascination, because it doesn't behave the way it should. When researchers return to the data each year, the signal is still there. Less intense now, quieter perhaps, but unmistakably present. A fingerprint in the acoustic fabric of the ocean. Its persistence challenges the idea that the ocean is fully charted, that our maps of ridges and trenches are sufficient to explain the strange music of the deep. It reminds us that sound carries farther than sight, that some things make themselves known only by vibration, that the ocean speaks, even when it refuses to be seen, and the upsweep speaks, in long, slow breaths, in a language we cannot name. Some describe it as eerie, others say it's beautiful, a kind of oceanic mantra, humming softly in the dark. But for those who've studied it closely, it becomes something else, a riddle, a single, repeating note in a score with no other instruments, a song that seems to play without a singer, and always, always, rising. That's the part no one can quite explain, the rise. It starts low, at a frequency around 50 Hz, then climbs upward in pitch until it fades. Each burst lasts a few seconds, but the tone always moves upward, up and away. And there's something haunting about that. In music, an upward sweep often signals a question, a reaching, a sense of unresolved movement. It's as if the sound is asking something, not screaming like the bloop, not calling like the 52 Hz wail, but asking over and over and never receiving an answer. That's what lingers, not the volume, not the source, but the question it seems to pose. Because in all the years since it was first recorded, no one has been able to answer it. No expedition has reached the exact source. No probe has identified a vent or fracture or structure that could explain it. The upsweep continues, quietly, faithfully, like breath, like tide, like ritual. And so the mystery deepens, because if something is still making that sound decades later, then it must still be there, whatever it is. Perhaps the answer lies deeper than we can reach. Perhaps it's buried beneath miles of basalt and silt, or perhaps it isn't physical at all. Perhaps it's an echo, not of sound, but of something else. A memory, a trauma, an event long past, still reverberating through the sea. Or something awakening, slowly, periodically, not with rage, but with rhythm, a pulse, a breath, a note, climbing upward into silence. For now, upsweep remains a mystery, a sound with no face, no voice, no name, just a curve of frequency in the deep, rising, always rising. And if you listen closely enough, you might begin to hear it too, not with your ears, but with something deeper, the part of you that remembers what it's like to be surrounded by dark water, the part that wonders what waits below, the part that knows. The ocean is never truly quiet, and yet The upsweep does something rare among mysteries. It endures. It doesn't fade into the past like a forgotten anomaly. It lingers, persistent, methodical, as if indifferent to our curiosity. To listen to upsweep is to become aware of time differently, not in seconds or minutes, but in cycles, in strange seasonal pulses, in something almost biological, yet entirely without a heartbeat. For a time, the sound was strongest. Between 1991 and the early 2000s, the upsweep reverberated with a presence that captured the imagination of oceanographers and researchers alike. And then, gradually, it began to diminish. Not vanish, just soften. Its amplitude fell. Its pitch curve, while still recognizable, lost some of its strength. The rhythm remained, but the voice became fainter, like something growing tired, or something beginning to sleep. But even as its volume fell, its mystery deepened, because quiet or not, it was still there. And the deeper you go into the upsweep archives, into the years of acoustic data, the more it begins to feel deliberate. Not in a sentient way necessarily, but in a patterned way, an intelligence of recurrence. It shows up when it shouldn't. It disappears when predicted to return. It changes intensity, but never its shape. If upsweep were merely noise, it would fade and be forgotten. But it resists that. It refuses categorization. It doesn't fit neatly into a geological cause. It's not volcanic gas, not tectonic friction, not thermal venting. And so it remains, a floating question mark, audible across oceans. What makes the upsweep especially eerie is that we don't know how far back it goes. Our detection only began in the early 1990s when NOAA's hydrophones came online. But before that, the ocean was still speaking. We just didn't know how to listen. It's entirely possible that the upsweep had been resonating through the Pacific for decades, or centuries, before we built the technology to hear it. And if it has always been there, what else has been listening? That's a thought that doesn't leave you, because the sound is not isolated. It carries. It spans thousands of miles. Hydrophones in the South Pacific pick it up just as clearly as those in the Central Basin. It radiates, echoes, and then vanishes again, only to return later, as if on cue. And there's something else. Unlike seismic events, which vary wildly in shape and duration, upsweep is oddly consistent. Its waveform, when visualized, is smooth, even, deliberate. Each instance looks nearly identical to the last, like someone or something pressing a button and then waiting. Perhaps that's why some listeners describe the upsweep as unsettling, not because it sounds violent, but because it sounds patient, as if it's waiting for a reply. And that, perhaps, is the most disquieting possibility of all. What if the upsweep is a signal, not a beacon, not a sonar, but a request, a ping, reaching out through the silence, not from us, but to us. And the only reason we haven't answered is because we don't understand the language. Some fringe theorists, those drawn to patterns and paranoia, have speculated that the upsweep could be a type of test signal, a check-in, a timing mechanism, an auditory metronome keeping time for something hidden beneath the sea. In this view, the signal isn't communication, it's calibration. The hum of a machine, an engine, a lock, and the change in intensity over the years. Not random, but deliberate, like something counting down. Of course, there is no evidence for this, only a sound, and our inability to explain it. But mystery does not require evidence to take root, only persistence. And upsweep is persistent. It reminds us how little we know of what's below, that even in the age of satellites and sonar, there are sounds in the sea that do not belong to us. And when we hear them, we are reminded that we are guests here. The ocean is not silent. It is not still. It is not empty. It is alive in ways we do not yet understand. And as the upsweep continues, even in its quieter state, it continues to mark time in a place we cannot see. There's a haunting element to that. Not fear, exactly, but awe. The kind of awe you feel in cathedrals, or at the edge of the Grand Canyon, or in the presence of something older than your species. And the ocean is older than us. It has watched our rise and fall. It has absorbed our myths. It has swallowed our machines. And still, it sings, softly, strangely, untranslated. There are those who believe the upsweep is nothing, just gas venting from a crack in the seabed, just bubbles, just pressure, just noise. But perhaps it's not about what the upsweep is. Perhaps it's about what it does to us. It reminds us to listen, to wonder, to consider that beneath the calm blue surface of the Pacific, there are rhythms older than language, messages without senders, questions without answers. The upsweep is a lullaby for a planet that sleeps with one eye open. It is the hum of an Earth that remembers more than it tells. And every time it echoes through the hydrophones, we are reminded we are not alone. Not necessarily in the alien sense, but in the deeper, stranger sense that this world is more than just ours. That the sea has its own stories, its own language, its own ghosts. The upsweep has never hurt anyone. It has never interfered with shipping. It has never disrupted sonar. It has never made demands. It simply exists, below, persistent, mysterious. And so it continues, rising, always rising, then falling away, like breath, like thought, like the tide. And as long as we keep listening, the sea will keep whispering. Not everything below needs a name. Not every question needs an answer. Some things just are. And in the dark, beneath miles of pressure, the upsweep endures, a soft, strange voice in the cold, deep silence. Story 6. The Mariana Trench's mysterious sounds. It's easy to forget just how far away the bottom of the Mariana Trench really is. It lies beneath layer after layer of shifting pressure, beneath 1,000 crushing atmospheres of weight. If you dropped a stone from a ship above, it would take over an hour to reach the seafloor. And by the time it did, it would be changed, worn smooth by the pressure, the current, the dark. Sounds travel farther down there than objects do, but even they are shaped by the trench, stretched, warped, pulled into forms that no longer resemble their source. What we hear, what we record, might not even be the sound as it truly is. It might be a version of the sound, altered by the physics of a world we still don't fully understand. And that opens the door to something even stranger. Because when a sound loses its identity, it gains something else. It becomes a feeling. And down there, in the trench, feelings are all we have. The Mariana Trench has become something of a modern myth, not in the way of dragons or demons, but in the way that deserts once were, or the deep forest, places on the map where the ink runs thin, where the known world ends. We've sent probes, we've sent men, but we haven't been there, not truly, not in the way that counts, not in the way the trench knows. In 2016, researchers from Oregon State University and NOAA dropped a full ocean-depth hydrophone into the trench for 23 continuous days. It was the longest sustained acoustic recording ever captured from the bottom of the sea. What it picked up was a storm. not a meteorological one, an auditory one. The recording revealed that the deepest parts of the ocean are not quiet. In fact, they are among the loudest natural environments on Earth, not because of whales or ships or volcanic rumbles, but because of something else. The soundscape included strange whines and whistles, vibrations that started as low pulses, then cracked into sharp, staticky bursts before dissolving again into hush. At times, there were throbs, deep, slow pulses that felt more like tremors than tones. Some parts sounded almost electronic, like circuitry, like failing speakers. The strangest thing? Some of the patterns repeated. Not perfectly, but close enough to suggest structure. Something was calling from down there, maybe many somethings, and whatever they weren't alone. One particularly unsettling section of the audio revealed what sounded like multiple signals playing at once, overlapping layers of frequency and rhythm. Some rose and fell in harmony. Others clashed, creating waves of interference. Scientists were quick to point out that such effects can be caused by the distortion of pressure and seafloor topography. But others weren't so sure. To them, it sounded like a chorus, not of whales, not of tectonic plates, of something else. When played through normal speakers, the audio has a disorienting effect. It makes listeners feel off balance, as though the sounds were coming from inside their own chest. Some described a sense of pressure in the ears, a sinking feeling in the stomach, like vertigo. There's something about sounds from the trench that doesn't quite behave like sound. And that's the mystery that lingers long after the recording ends. There are theories, of course. One is that these recordings are examples of a phenomenon known as acoustic lensing. Just as light bends around objects of mass, sound can bend through differing densities in water. The trench, with its complex geography and shifting thermal layers, may act like a vast acoustic mirror, bouncing and warping noises across hundreds of miles. A whale song from far away might arrive as a strange chirp. A volcanic rumble might twist into a screech. But even that doesn't explain everything. Not the metallic echoes, not the rhythmic pulses, not the moments of near silence interrupted by sudden, inexplicable tones. Another theory is more biological. Some scientists believe that we are hearing the sounds of unknown species. Creatures evolved in isolation, in pressure and darkness, with organs and methods of communication we can't yet recognize. It's possible. After all, we discovered the colossal squid only recently. We thought the coelacanth had been extinct for 65 million years, until one showed up in a fishing net. What if there are beings in the trench that aren't just unseen, but unseeable? Creatures that live so deep, their bodies can't survive the pressure outside the abyss. Creatures that speak in ways we were never meant to hear. The sounds might be their calls, or their echolocation, or something more complex, a language, or even a kind of mapping like radar. But what if the truth is more unnerving still? What if the sounds aren't meant to be heard by others at all? What if they're not communication, but instinct? What if the trench itself creates sound? Some researchers have speculated that the unique mineral composition of the trench, combined with its pressure and temperature gradients, might allow it to produce sound on its own, like a natural machine. A self-sustaining audio system, one that emits patterns without origin, a geological mind dreaming in frequencies. And then, of course, there are those who go further. In fringe communities, you'll hear stranger ideas. That the trench is not just a trench, but a doorway. That the sounds are not the Earth's, but someone else's. There are stories of ancient beings beneath the waves, older than humans, older than mammals, older than fish. Not life as we know it, but something vast and still thinking, trapped in stone and sediment. Some say the sounds are its breath. Others say they are its heartbeat, and that we've only just begun to hear the rhythm. More speculative minds have pointed to the eerie similarity between some of the trench sounds and recorded data from known undersea anomalies. The bloop, Julia, upsweep, all unexplained, all low frequency, all oceanic. Could they be connected? Could they be fragments of a larger signal, like pieces of a forgotten song? Some have even noted how certain trench sounds seem to fall on harmonic intervals, a musical pattern. If this is coincidence, it is a striking one. And if it is not, well, then we may be eavesdropping on something very old and very patient. There's one more mystery that deepens the enigma. In 2020, during a routine military exercise in the Western Pacific, a classified sonar system detected what was described only as an unidentified tonal signature emanating from below 30,000 feet. The signal lasted for 26 seconds. It began with a single pulse, then built into a rising oscillation, like a long vowel sung underwater. Then it stopped. The signal did not match any known submersible sonar device or marine species. It was not repeated, and its origin point was traced tentatively to a narrow ridge in the southern Mariana Trench. Within the month, that area was added to a restricted research zone. No further information was released, and no further sounds have been made public. Coincidence? Perhaps. But in the silence that followed, the story of the trench only deepened, because now we had proof that someone was listening, and not just out of curiosity, but caution. There's something chilling about a mystery the authorities don't want explained. But perhaps that's the point. The Mariana Trench has always resisted definition. Even its name, trench, is inadequate. It's not just a valley, it's a wound, a fold in the crust of the planet that touches something deeper, something primordial. Whether the sounds from the trench are life or geology, or something stranger still, they remind us that the ocean is not ours. It predates us, it outlasts us, and in its deepest places, it sings to no one. The biotwang, the chirp, the pulses, the heartbeat, the whistle. Each one is a riddle, a voice without a mouth, a story without a tongue, not meant for us, but heard by us all the same. And in that hearing, we are changed. Because to hear something from 6 miles below is to remember how small we truly are. To be reminded that this world holds places that do not care for our presence. Places that continue on, sound by sound, with or without us. And maybe that's why we keep listening. Not to solve the mystery, but to sit with it, to feel the hum beneath the earth, the thrum beneath our feet, the soft, slow breath of something ancient stirring beneath the sea. Story 7. The Challenger, Deep Enigma. From the spectral wails that echo in the abyss, to the rhythmic pulses that no vessel claims responsibility for, we descend now not into metaphor, but into depth itself. Challenger Deep. Not just the deepest point in the ocean, but perhaps the loneliest. There are places on this planet that defy comprehension. Places so remote, so hostile to life, so inaccessible that they might as well exist on another world. And yet, they're part of ours. Challenger Deep is one of them. At 10,984 meters beneath the surface of the Western Pacific, it is the lowest known point of Earth's seabed. A trench so deep, so crushing, so completely without light, that it might as well be a pressure-sealed tomb for forgotten epochs. And still, we've dared to go there. A few of us at least, not many. fewer people have touched the bottom of Challenger Deep than have walked on the surface of the Moon. And yet, the deepest mystery of Challenger Deep may not be its depth. It may be its silence, or worse, its occasional, selective decision to break that silence. The human obsession with going deeper, into the earth, into the sea, into the unknown, has always walked hand in hand with risk. Pressure increases, light disappears, temperatures drop to near freezing, equipment fails, communications are severed, and the deeper we go, the less we belong. But Challenger Deep is not a blank slate. It is not empty. And over the years, those few expeditions that dared to descend into this immense wound in the crust of the Earth have brought back more than just data. They've brought questions, and sometimes they've brought warnings. Our modern understanding of Challenger Deep began with the HMS Challenger expedition in the late 19th century. Using a hemp rope and lead weight, British scientists measured the trench's staggering depth for the first time. Even then, with crude tools and limited means, the anomaly of this abyss stood out. It was deeper than any known point on the planet, and it seemed to serve no geological logic. A pit with no context, a scar on the map. But it wasn't until January 23rd, 1960, that humans first reached the bottom. Jacques Picard and Don Walsh, inside the narrow sphere of the bathyscaphe Trieste, made the descent. The pressure outside the vessel was over 1,000 atmospheres, enough to crush any conventional submarine like paper. The journey took nearly 5 hours, a slow, steady fall into total darkness. When they reached the bottom, the sea floor was a fine, almost talcum-like silt. They described the experience as surreal, quiet, empty, but not lifeless. They reported seeing what appeared to be a flatfish swimming along the sediment. This small glimpse of life at impossible depths opened a door, but the door didn't swing fully open until much later, in the 21st century. That's when technology began catching up to our curiosity, and when strange things began to emerge. In 2012, filmmaker James Cameron made his historic solo dive to Challenger Deep in the Deep-Sea Challenger submersible. Unlike Pickard and Walsh, Cameron had high-definition cameras and robotic arms. He spent over 3 hours on the seafloor, collecting samples and filming what few had ever seen. But it's what didn't show up on camera that sparked new conversations. Some of the footage contained flickers of motion, shapes in the periphery, quick flashes, distortions, easily dismissed as camera artifacts or particulate debris. But a few frames seemed to suggest motion that was directional, intentional. Cameron himself, when later interviewed, noted how alone he felt, how absolute the silence was. Except, it wasn't entirely silent. He recalled faint, intermittent sounds, knocks, pulses, and once, a low-frequency rumble that didn't match the ambient seismic data being collected simultaneously by surface vessels. Some dismissed it, others weren't so sure. The Deep-Sea Challenger recorded several anomalies during its descent and return. Minor changes in pressure that didn't align with depth, faint electromagnetic fluctuations, and most puzzling of all, a momentary lapse in signal to one of the vessel's redundant systems. A black spike, less than 2 seconds, but without explanation. Cameron's official report made no mention of anything unusual, but the raw data, later analysed by independent researchers, included more than a few oddities. Was it just instrumentation reacting to the extreme environment? Or was there something else? In 2019, another descent was made, this time by Victor Vescovo aboard the DSV limiting factor as part of the 5 Deeps expedition. Vescovo broke depth records, reaching what was then the most accurately measured point of Challenger Deep, 10,928 meters. His team, equipped with next-generation submersibles and sonar arrays, scanned the trench with unprecedented detail. And what they found was unsettling. Near the trench's eastern slope, buried beneath layers of sediment, sonar picked up a large, unusually geometric structure, roughly 40 meters wide and distinctly rectangular in shape. Initial speculation suggested a rare form of geological fold, a type of plate shearing, but its symmetry, right angles, parallel lines stood out. Further scans were inconclusive, and when an autonomous underwater vehicle was dispatched to investigate, its camera feed cut out as it approached the site. When it resurfaced, the footage from the final 90 seconds of descent was unrecoverable. The rest of the mission continued without incident. The team released a public statement attributing the issue to electromagnetic interference from the surrounding geology. Privately, several team members later admitted they were deeply unnerved by what they saw on the sonar feed. One described it as an artificial shadow in a place where nothing should exist. In the years since, no official expedition has returned to the site, at least none that we know of. But it isn't just human eyes and ears that have encountered the Challenger Deep's peculiar nature. Between 2015 and 2020, hydrophone arrays placed throughout the Western Pacific, part of an international project to monitor seismic activity and track whale migrations, recorded a series of deep ocean sounds that defied categorization. One such signal, labeled simply as Event 76WH, originated from within the vicinity of Challenger Deep. The recording was a long rising oscillation, lasting 17 seconds, followed by a silence so total that it seemed manufactured. Then, a sudden pulse. Single, loud, clear. And then, nothing. No known marine species matches the sound's frequency profile. It wasn't seismic, it wasn't mechanical, it was unknown. And it wasn't the only one. Across multiple arrays, at multiple times, similar events occurred. Pulses, groans, rapid, multi-frequency chirps that started low, then climbed rapidly before vanishing completely. A few researchers have posited that these may be signs of massive underwater shifts, large sediment collapses, or the sudden movement of superheated water through fissures. Others aren't so sure, because sometimes the sounds repeat. And when they do, they often occur at intervals that suggest more than chance, patterns, not just cycles of geology, but timing, as if something beneath the trench is not just moving, but listening, waiting, or perhaps even signaling. In 2022, a private research organization attempted to send an unmanned probe into a rarely scanned portion of Challenger Deep's central basin. The probe was equipped with a reinforced titanium shell, redundant navigation systems, and state-of-the-art low-light cameras. For the first several hours, everything went according to plan. Footage streamed back to the surface vessel showed the familiar descent into blackness, particles drifting past the lens, occasional flashes of bioluminescent organisms. Then, at a depth of 10,650 meters, the signal distorted. First, a flicker, then a low hum, barely audible, but present in the probe's onboard microphone. It continued for 22 seconds. A harmonic vibration, not static, a tone. The camera showed only black. Then, something passed in front of the lens. A shadow. No shape, no edge. Just the sudden absence of background particles. And then, abruptly, the feed died. The probe was never recovered. The team's official explanation was cable failure due to pressure stress, but the logs showed no such strain prior to loss of contact. A separate backup recording, captured on the surface ship, contained a faint echo of that same hum, layered across the final few seconds of signal. Sound engineers were unable to match it to any known source. When played back at adjusted frequencies, some reported that it resembled a voice, not a word, not a language, just the cadence of something trying to be understood. The team ended the mission early. No further public expeditions have since attempted to explore that section of the trench. And that brings us to an even stranger question. Why haven't we gone back? Challenger Deep, for all its mystery, all its importance to science, remains largely unvisited. There are reasons, of course: cost, danger, technical difficulty. But those reasons don't always explain the silence. Because beneath the ocean, there is a silence that chooses to remain. A silence that lets you near the edge and then waits to see if you'll step forward or step back. And each time we've dared to approach Challenger Deep, we've come back with less certainty than we left with. The signals, the shadows, the sonar echoes of something not quite natural. Perhaps the most chilling idea isn't that something dwells there, but that it has always dwelled there. Older than our species, older than our continents, older than light itself, waiting in the black. And every so often, it stirs. And so the question lingers, not just of what's down there, but why it remains. Because the Challenger Deep, for all its impenetrable darkness, has begun to show us something. Not through clarity, but through inconsistency. Not through discovery, but through anomalies. And in that space between data and uncertainty, something else begins to take shape. A pattern, a presence. And it's not just the researchers on board deep-sea missions who've felt this. Naval listening posts, oceanographic institutes, even telecommunications companies have reported irregularities when cables pass over the trench. Tiny disturbances, pressure changes, intermittent surges of static. It happens at no fixed interval, sometimes months apart, sometimes years, but always, always, it begins with silence, followed by a tone, a low oscillation, not mechanical, not seismic, just there. And always in the same place, the narrow central rift of Challenger Deep. A place too deep for light, too remote for rescue, and too strange for certainty. Some say it's geological, a rare resonance from the plates themselves. A kind of deep earth pressure release valve, like the groaning of old wood under strain. But others, especially those who've been there, speak of it differently. There are testimonies, not official ones. These are not the accounts that make it into journals or papers. These are the private ones, confided in late-night emails, anonymous interviews, or whispered across conference halls when the microphones are off. Accounts from submersible pilots who felt watched, who heard faint knocking on the hull, even when no debris was around. Engineers who reported equipment flickering in and out of sync, not breaking, but behaving as if something were interfering. Precisely. A technician who claimed the sonar returned echoes from an object that appeared to mirror their submersible's shape, at a depth where no duplicate should have been. The object stayed there for nearly 4 minutes. Then it disappeared. Not moved, not drifted, just gone, as if it had never been there. There are maps, private ones, drawn by those who've gone further than the records show. They speak of caverns, side channels that branch off from the trench, curling downward into deeper voids not yet charted. Some are cautious about releasing this data, not for secrecy, but for fear. Because if these extensions are real, if there are tunnels beneath the known trench floor, then Challenger Deep may not be a single point at all. It may be an entrance. But an entrance to what? Here, speculation steps beyond science. There are those who believe the trench is more than geological, that it is biological, or worse, that it is inhabited, not necessarily by something alive in the traditional sense, but by something aware, not intelligent in the way we understand cognition, but reactive, curious, capable of communicating in a way that mimics nature without being natural. Some have pointed to a peculiar detail in the deep sea recordings: the pulses. In one particular sequence, analysed by researchers at the Ocean Acoustic Observatory, a repeating tone was detected. It cycled every 96 seconds. Each tone lasted precisely 11.2 seconds, over and over, for 9 hours. Then, without warning, the signal shifted. The pulse reversed. The cycle became 69 seconds. The tone duration shortened to 6.6 seconds. And at the very end, a single, low burst, sustained, wavering, then silence. The data is real. And the conclusion? There isn't one. Because what do you do with a pattern that has no known cause? That doesn't align with animal behavior, tectonic activity, or sonar interference. You either ignore it, or you start asking bigger questions. Questions about whether the trench is communicating or responding. And if it is, who or what is listening back? Perhaps the most unsettling aspect of Challenger Deep isn't its depth or its pressure or even its darkness. It's that it changes. In 2017, researchers mapping the trench via satellite altimetry noted subtle variations in seafloor topography over a 5-year period. Minuscule at first, a few centimeters here, a narrow ridge disappearing there. Too small to register on traditional sonar, but persistent. Something was shifting, and not in the way tectonic drift would predict. One section, dubbed subsection G, seemed to expand. A narrow depression grew wider over time. When autonomous drones were sent to remap the region, the depression was gone, as if it had sealed itself. No debris, no sediment deposits, just smooth, compacted seafloor. Natural sediment movement? Possibly, but the contours didn't match the expected dispersion models. Something changed shape, as if the trench were breathing or moving. The metaphors begin to pile up. A wound, a mouth, a gate. But metaphors are not answers, and for now, answers are elusive. What we do know is this: the Challenger Deep does not behave like other places. Its acoustic profile is anomalous. Its electromagnetic field fluctuates. Its topography resists prediction. And despite multiple visits, no two descents have ever returned identical environmental readings. So what does that mean? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps it's just the way the deep ocean works. Or perhaps it's a sign that our models of biology, of geology, of physics are incomplete. That something at the bottom of the world still operates outside our understanding. And maybe that's how it should be. Because Challenger Deep is one of the few places left on Earth that feels untouched. Not just unexplored, untouched. As if something is keeping us out. Not aggressively, not violently, just insistently. There are stories from sailors, older than sonar, older than science, of trenches that sing, of whirlpools that whisper, of waves that pull downward not with force, but with invitation. We call them myths. But Challenger Deep exists, and it fits no narrative. No story of continental drift or marine evolution fully accounts for what happens in its shadows. No species we've catalogued explains the lights seen flickering in its depths. Lights too fast, too straight, too purposeful to be bioluminescence. No machine we've deployed comes back whole, not physically, but existentially. Because the moment you touch that depth, something touches back. And whether that's an organism, or an echo, or just the mind reaching past its limits, doesn't matter. Because once you've been to Challenger Deep, you're changed. Don Walsh, decades after his historic descent, was once asked if he ever dreamed about the trench. His answer? Not dreamed. Remembered, as if part of him never left. And maybe that's the real enigma. Not what's down there, but what it does to us, to our sense of safety, our ideas of the planet, our place within it, because Challenger Deep reminds us of something ancient, something we often forget, that we are guests here, that the Earth is not ours, that the sea does not explain itself. It watches, it waits, and every so often, it answers back, in pulses, in shadows, in silences too deep for words. And somewhere, 7 miles beneath the surface, Challenger Deep remains, listening. Story 8. The Milky Sea Phenomenon. From the shadows of Challenger Deep, where pressure crushes and light dies, we drift upward, not to the safety of the surface, but into a different kind of abyss. One without depth, one without edge. A mystery not of descent, but of glow. Because sometimes the ocean doesn't darken, it shines. Across vast swaths of nighttime sea, in regions so remote that no shoreline is visible, sailors have reported something nearly impossible. Something so eerie, so out of place, it feels almost spiritual. A glowing ocean, not just a patch, not a school of jellyfish, not the fleeting shimmer of disturbed plankton, but entire seas, lit from within, stretching for tens, even hundreds of kilometers. A soft, ghostly blue, visible even from space. A phenomenon that has haunted maritime lore for centuries, and science still doesn't understand it. This is the mystery of the Milky Sea. The reports go back hundreds of years. Ancient sailors in wooden vessels spoke in hushed voices of nights when the ocean would suddenly begin to glow. Softly, steadily, like a sheet of silk illuminated beneath the moon. They called it milk seas. And though their stories were often dismissed as exaggerations or myth, the details were surprisingly consistent. A white, almost luminous glow. The water itself becoming pale, not from reflection, but as though lit from within. And most bizarrely, a sense of stillness, an uncanny calm, as if the sea were holding its breath. For centuries, these accounts drifted on the edge of credibility, nestled between tales of sea serpents and maelstroms. Sailors' yarns, nothing more. But then, in the modern age, the glow was seen again. Not by the eye of a lone sailor, but by satellite. In July of 2005, a team of scientists analysing data from the Defense Meteorological Satellite Program made a startling discovery. Over the northwest Indian Ocean, near the Horn of Africa, their sensors detected something unexpected. A massive patch of glowing ocean, stretching over 15,000 square kilometres. That's larger than the state of Connecticut. And it glowed for 3 consecutive nights. Whatever this was, it wasn't a trick of the light. It was real. It was vast. And it didn't behave like anything we'd seen before. To understand just how strange this is, we have to start with what should cause oceanic glow. In normal conditions, when you see the sea light up, it's bioluminescence, a chemical reaction used by certain marine organisms. Think of it as nature's glow stick. Most commonly, it's caused by dinoflagellates, microscopic plankton that emit light when disturbed. The glow you see when waves crash or when your hand moves through dark water. But the Milky Sea isn't that. It doesn't shimmer. It doesn't pulse. It doesn't need movement to spark the glow. It's uniform. It glows whether stirred or still. In fact, many reports describe it as less responsive when touched, like a fog of light rather than an ocean filled with glowing specks. That detail, the uniformity, is what makes the Milky Sea phenomenon so baffling. How can an entire section of the ocean emit light consistently across such a massive area? There's no known marine organism capable of that. Not at that scale. At least, not one we've observed in those numbers. And yet, the evidence keeps mounting. Satellite imaging from multiple nights confirms that the glow was real, and that it persisted in a fixed region, even shifting slightly with currents. But it didn't behave like surface reflection. It came from beneath, as if the sea itself had swallowed moonlight and was breathing it back out. The idea that bacteria might be responsible soon gained traction. Specifically, a type of luminous bacteria called Vibrio harvei. These microbes are known to glow through a process called quorum sensing, a kind of microbial communication where they only begin emitting light when a certain population density is reached. It's a beautiful system. Each bacterium emits only a faint glow, but once enough of them gather, the light becomes visible, as if the sea itself were making a decision. In theory, a massive bloom of these bacteria, perhaps living on organic material or algae in the water, could produce the kind of steady, uniform glow seen in a milky sea. It's an elegant explanation, but it's also problematic, because even in ideal conditions, we've never observed such bacteria aggregating on that scale. Certainly not in a way that sustains visible light for multiple days and nights. There would need to be trillions of them, suspended across an area the size of a country, and somehow all synchronized, all glowing, without interruption, not flickering like a school of startled fish, but as a vast, sentient glow, almost like the ocean was dreaming. In 1985, long before the satellite sightings, a British merchant ship called the SS Lima encountered something extraordinary. Sailing through the Arabian Sea under the command of Captain Mike Dillon, the crew suddenly found themselves surrounded by pale water, not just around the ship, but in every direction. The phenomenon extended as far as the horizon, glowing white-blue like a snowfield under starlight. They documented it carefully. Photographs were taken, coordinates logged. Dillon described it as a uniform luminescence, unlike anything he'd seen in decades at sea. At one point, he noted that the wake of the ship became invisible, swallowed by the surrounding glow. The sea was lit, but the ship vanished into it. That eerie inversion of light coming from below, of darkness above, disoriented even the most seasoned crew members. It was as though they had passed into another world, one not meant to be seen, one quietly watching back. The scientific team that later analysed Dillon's logs compared his account with satellite data. They matched. The ship had indeed been sailing through the centre of a milky sea. But even with the confirmation, questions remained. Why there? Why then? And why so bright? The Indian Ocean seems to be a hotspot. Many of the most consistent reports, from merchant vessels, naval logs, and fishing boats, originate in a stretch of sea near the Somali coast, stretching out toward the Maldives and Sri Lanka. Some believe the cause may lie in nutrient upwelling, where cold, mineral-rich water rises to the surface, triggering microbial blooms. Others suspect that the area's unusual weather patterns, especially the monsoons, may play a role, churning the water in a way that creates ideal conditions for luminous bacteria. But again, none of these explanations fully account for the scope, or the intensity, or the persistence. Milky seas don't behave like ordinary plankton blooms. They don't follow known seasonal patterns. They arrive like ghosts, unexpected and unexplained. And then they vanish, leaving no trace, no residue, no warning, and no answers. Some modern vessels, equipped with hyperspectral imaging and water sampling tools, have attempted to deliberately sail into predicted Milky Sea events. The goal? To capture a living sample of the glow, in action. But here's where it gets strange. When collected, the water samples often fail to retain their glow. Even under controlled lab conditions, the phenomenon can't be replicated. It's as if the glow needs the full context of the open sea to exist. The pressure, the movement, the microbial density, the chemistry, all working in concert. Remove one piece of the puzzle, and it falls apart. Or maybe the sea simply refuses to show its secrets. There's another theory, one that straddles the line between science and the strange. It proposes that milky seas might be not just a product of biology, but of energy. Some researchers have noted that regions where milky seas appear often overlap with areas of high geophysical activity, places where the ocean floor is shifting, rising, or venting. Could it be that electromagnetic anomalies, subtle shifts in the Earth's field, are interacting with microbial communities, stimulating their glow, or even forming patterns? Some satellite images of milky seas show strange boundary lines, sharp edges where the glow abruptly ends. Natural blooms don't behave this way. They feather, fade, dissolve. But some milky seas seem contained, confined, as if following a blueprint not entirely random, not entirely natural. This has led to speculation that something else may be involved, something geological or technological, submerged vents, magnetoreception, or even relics of something older. One of the more fringe theories points to ancient marine structures, ruins, some say, buried beneath the Indian Ocean. Structures that may emit subtle fields or gases, disrupting the microbial balance in the water, or awakening something within it. A whisper from below, answered by light. Still, no evidence supports such claims. But in the absence of proof, the mind wanders, especially when even modern tools can't explain the glow. When satellite sensors, precise enough to track city lights, still struggle to pinpoint what exactly is causing the sea to shine. There's something poetic about it. In an age where we can map the genome of a virus and photograph the edge of a black hole, we still don't fully understand why the ocean glows. Not like this, not at this scale, and not with this silence. Because the Milky Sea isn't noisy. It doesn't announce itself. There are no storm clouds, no tremors, no sirens. It arrives quietly, a whisper across the water, a glow that says nothing, but feels old, like a memory of the earth, flickering back to life. And for those who've sailed through one, like Captain Dillon, like countless unnamed crewmen whose logs sit dusty and unread, the experience is unforgettable. A vision not of terror, but of reverence, of awe, of stepping into something sacred. Because the sea, at night, is not supposed to glow. It is supposed to disappear, to merge with the sky in a velvet black horizon. But when it doesn't, when the water itself glows softly, endlessly, like an open eye staring upward, you begin to wonder, is it natural? Is it biological? Is it even alive? Or is it something else entirely? A memory, a signal, a veil, lifting, a forgotten ritual of the earth, unfolding in silence. Whatever it is, the Milky Sea remains, a phenomenon seen by satellites, but never held, explained by theories, but never resolved, real, but unreal. And somewhere tonight, in a corner of the world where no ship sails, no light shines, and the clouds hide the moon, it may be glowing again, waiting, unseen. But not all who see it are distant observers, peering through satellite data or reading ship logs. Some have lived it. Dr. Stephen Miller, an atmospheric scientist at Colorado State University, has become one of the few modern researchers obsessed with the Milky Sea. It was his work in the early 2000s that brought renewed scientific attention to the phenomenon. While combing through satellite imagery, he found what seemed like an error, a massive glowing patch of ocean that had persisted across multiple nights. But this was no glitch. Overlaying the satellite data with shipping records, he realized a commercial vessel had passed directly through the luminous waters. The British merchant ship Lima, decades after its eerie voyage in 1995. Their report, almost forgotten, described the sea as a uniform white glow which appeared to extend from horizon to horizon. The satellite confirmed it. What the crew had seen with their eyes, the instruments had seen from space. Miller's work proved that Milky Seas weren't sailors' lore. They were real, observable, and vast. He would go on to identify multiple Milky Sea events through archived satellite data, each one different in shape, location, or duration, but all sharing one haunting characteristic: silence. Despite their scale, these events occur without fanfare. No sound accompanies the light, no tremor, no temperature spike, no radar anomaly. And that silence is perhaps what makes them so unsettling. In a world that grows louder by the day, where storms roar and tectonics groan, the Milky Sea is an anti-signal. It glows but doesn't warn. It appears but doesn't explain. It simply is, a glowing contradiction, passive and impossible. And so scientists began to ask more difficult questions. Could there be unknown species responsible for this? Entire ecosystems that evade sampling simply because they can't be captured. Too delicate, too integrated, too interdependent. Some hypothesized that the glowing bacteria might not be living freely in the water at all, but within something larger, a host. What if these microbes were symbiotic passengers on a vast colony? Or worse, part of a massive collective organism? The idea sounds outlandish, but in the deep sea, precedent exists. Pyrosomes, sometimes called sea pickles, are colonial tunicates that can grow meters long, made of thousands of tiny organisms working together. They glow, they pulse. They can form shapes that seem alien, even intelligent. If a colony like that existed at scale, kilometers wide, undetected, might it produce a Milky Sea? And if so, is it drifting, alive, or anchored, waiting? None of this is proven, but it suggests something important, that the ocean may not be glowing at random. It may be revealing itself, briefly, when conditions align, or when it chooses to. To the handful of ships that pass through it, the experience can feel hallucinatory. Captain John Ritchie of the merchant vessel SS Polyanthus described such an event in 1883. His crew had encountered a glowing sea in the Arabian Gulf. The water shone so brightly that print could be read on deck by its light alone. No moon, no lamps, just the sea. They said the glow persisted for hours. At one point, the captain described the feeling of being suspended in space, as if the horizon had vanished. Up was down, sea was sky. The surface of the ocean lost all contrast. There was no shimmer, no wave distinction. It became a plain of solid, glowing fog. Several men reportedly fell ill, not from fear, but from disorientation. One sailor fainted. Another became violently nauseous. There's a term for this: sensory destabilization. When the brain can no longer distinguish visual cues, especially in low light, equilibrium falters. But that begs another question. Why does the Milky Sea cause this when other luminous events do not? Why does it erase the world? Some point to the nature of the glow itself. It isn't star-like. It doesn't sparkle. It's diffuse, even, unwavering. Imagine a cloud made of light, not vapor. Now stretch it across the horizon. Now sail into it. That's what the Milky Sea feels like. A crossing into something else. And perhaps that's why it unsettles us. because it does not behave like water. It behaves like mist, or memory, or a veil, briefly lowered. From a navigational standpoint, it's even more disorienting. Compass readings have occasionally shown small anomalies within Milky Seas. Not dramatic, but enough to prompt minor course corrections. This could be coincidence. It could be atmospheric interference. But it could also suggest something more. Some researchers have speculated that changes in conductivity or chemical composition within these glowing waters might subtly affect electromagnetic fields. If so, the Milky Sea wouldn't just be visible, it would be active, shaping instruments, nudging perception, and maybe something more. It's worth considering the psychological effects. Multiple crews, separated by time, nationality, and circumstance, report an almost identical emotional reaction to the Milky Sea. Reverence. Not fear, not excitement, but awe. As if something sacred had been glimpsed, as if they had intruded on a ritual, still in progress. There are even rare accounts of phenomena preceding the glow. In one 1970s report from an Indonesian fishing vessel, crew members described the sea going unnaturally calm in the hours before a Milky Sea event. No wind, no waves. A stillness so total it made the skin crawl. Then, the glow began, slowly at first, like embers fanning in fog. Within the hour, the ocean around them glowed with milky light. And then, just as slowly, it faded, as if the world was exhaling, as if, whatever it was, had finished watching. It's easy to get lost in these stories, to romanticize them, to drift too far from the empirical. But even grounded science has failed to fully explain the Milky Sea. The mechanism may be biological, the conditions may be environmental, but the experience remains something else, something liminal. It's not just about what glows. It's about where it glows, when it glows, and why it feels alive. The word often used to describe Milky Seas, by those who've seen them, is breathing, as if the ocean itself were pulsing with awareness, as if it were awake. Perhaps that's what disturbs us most. Not that the sea glows, but that it chooses to, that it waits for darkness, that it unveils itself only in the most remote, most unobserved corners of the world, that it hides until it doesn't. And when it shines, it does so without sound, without pattern, without warning, and with no clear purpose, not to lure, not to scare, not to feed, but simply to glow, to remind that beneath the surface of everything we think we know, beneath data, beneath logic, beneath light itself, the ocean keeps its secrets, not lost, not forgotten, but guarded, drifting, breathing, glowing. Somewhere tonight, it's happening again, beyond the reach of ships, beyond the range of satellites, 1,000 miles from any human eye. The sea is glowing, and no one will see it. And that may be the greatest mystery of all. Story 9. The Sargasso Sea's Still Waters. Even in a world shaped by motion, by tides that rise and fall, by storms that roll across open water, the Sargasso Sea remains stubbornly still, as though untouched by time, as though held in place by something older than weather, older than gravity. A gyroscopic pause in the dance of oceans. But it hasn't always been so quiet. There are stories, buried deep in maritime archives, of strange phenomena that erupt within its borders. Rare, brief, and often dismissed, but persistent. And they share a common thread: disturbances that emerge from the stillness itself. In 1893, the British steamer Portland Belle passed through the northern edge of the Sargasso on a return trip from Nassau. The voyage was uneventful until it wasn't. The logbook notes a sudden onset of thick fog, not unusual at sea, but this fog was warm, almost humid, and it carried with it the smell of ozone. Then, silence. No birds, no wind, no waves. The crew reported that the compasses began spinning, lanterns dimmed, and the engines, for a brief period, lost power entirely. When the ship regained function hours later, the stars had shifted, and they were off course by nearly 30 nautical miles. No damage, no storm, no current, just displacement. This incident, like many others, was filed and forgotten, buried under more pressing concerns of the age. But similar anomalies continued to occur. In 1921, the American research vessel Horizon documented vertical shafts of light rising from beneath the surface. Narrow columns, white gold, described as the size of a church steeple and lasting only seconds before vanishing. The team initially believed them to be electrical in nature, perhaps underwater lightning or bioluminescent reactions on a massive scale. But no thunder followed, no atmospheric conditions matched, and the water afterward was cold to the touch, colder than the surrounding sea. They took samples, found nothing conclusive. The report was archived, left unexplained. And yet, if you sift through enough naval records, the ones not digitized, not analyzed by AI, but left in paper files and forgotten cabinets, you begin to see a pattern. The Sargasso Sea doesn't simply float, it pulses, subtly, slowly, as if breathing. Every few years, there are bursts of data, minor anomalies picked up by drifting buoys and research stations along the gyre's edge. Small temperature spikes, unexpected magnetic shifts, low-frequency hums recorded at depths of over 1,000 meters. They don't last long, just minutes, sometimes hours, and then they vanish. The sea returns to stillness, as if nothing had happened. But perhaps the most curious patterns of all come not from the sea itself, but from the creatures that pass through it. Satellite tagging data of migratory species, sea turtles, whales, even birds, reveals subtle diversions in their paths when crossing into Sargasso territory. Not avoidance exactly, more like hesitation. Loggerhead turtles, for instance, often pause their journey for days within the Sargassum fields, not to feed, not to mate, but simply to drift. This behavior doesn't match their activity elsewhere in the Atlantic. It's as though the turtles remember something, or are waiting. For what? No one can say. But the question lingers. Could there be a sensory presence here that we, as humans, are blind to? A frequency, a pressure, a sound just below perception. The idea is not without precedent. Infrasound, sound waves below the range of human hearing, is known to affect animal behavior across the globe. Elephants use it to communicate across miles. Whales navigate with deep vocalizations that resonate through the ocean floor. Perhaps the Sargasso emits a tone, a resonance that signals something to those attuned to it. Something ancient, something cautionary. Modern science is only beginning to consider this possibility. In 2019, a team from the Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution deployed a set of highly sensitive acoustic sensors beneath the Sargassum mat. Their goal was simple: to isolate and identify the background acoustic profile of the sea. What they found surprised them. Most oceanic regions have a baseline noise signature, a steady hum made up of distant whale calls, ship traffic, wave noise, and geological movement. But the Sargasso Sea's deep profile was almost silent. At depths beyond 800 meters, the sensors recorded what researchers called an acoustic void. Not quiet, empty, as though sound itself was being dampened, absorbed. One hypothesis suggested that the dense organic material in the upper layers, combined with the sea's lack of mixing, created a kind of underwater soundproofing. But that didn't explain the occasional spikes that followed. On 3 separate nights during the study, the sensors recorded sudden bursts of low-frequency sound. Each event lasted less than 30 seconds. Each was identical: a warble, a hum, a sound that defied categorization. And then, nothing. The team submitted their findings to a peer-reviewed journal. But without further data, the article was marked inconclusive. The ocean, it seems, resists easy answers. There is another layer to the Sargasso mystery, one that sits at the crossroads of folklore, cartography, and maritime dread. It's the map, not any map, but those maps, the early ones, drawn before satellites, before sonar, when oceanographers relied on charts passed down from sailor to sailor, marked with warnings, riddles, and names no longer spoken. On several of these maps, preserved in the archives of old naval academies, the Sargasso region is annotated not with depth or current, but with a symbol, a spiral, sometimes drawn as a whirlpool, sometimes as a maze, sometimes as an eye. No coordinates, no notes, just the symbol. In one 1711 chart stored in the Royal Navy's Greenwich archives, a faint ink inscription sits beside the spiral. Terra nullius maris, the no man's sea. A place owned by nothing, claimed by no one, but feared. And the fear wasn't about storms, it was about stillness. Because there's an old belief, whispered more than written, that the Sargasso Sea is not a place, but a threshold. Not a sea to pass through, but a doorway. To where? That depends who you ask. Some say another realm, a parallel ocean, deeper, colder, slower. A mirror sea. One sailor's diary, recovered from a derelict Spanish frigate found drifting in 1787, speaks of voices beneath the water. Not wails, not screams, whispers. The words were never recorded, only that they were in a language no one on board understood, and that they came not from above, but from below. The diary ends abruptly. The ship was found with no crew. Food untouched, instruments intact. Only the logbook remained, soaked with salt, and a page marked with a single phrase: "We should not have stopped." Another account, this one more recent, comes from a transatlantic solo sailor in 1994, a woman named Elise Marlowe. Her log records a 3-day period where her satellite phone stopped working, her GPS reset, and her clocks fell out of sync. On the second day, she wrote, "I think the water is watching me. That's insane, I know, but it's how it feels." She made it out, but never sailed again. When asked why, she said, "It wasn't the loneliness. It was the feeling that I wasn't alone." These are anecdotes, fragments, nothing empirical, but they form a pattern of unease, of distortion, of things shifting when they shouldn't, and all of it in one place, the Sargasso Sea. And perhaps what's most unsettling is the realization that this sea isn't rare, it's unique. Nowhere else on Earth has a similar convergence of stillness, biodiversity, biological migration, silence, and psychic disturbance. It is an ecosystem, a migration zone, a gyroscopic pool of floating life and death, and a region of space where things do not behave as expected. Some researchers have begun using the term liminal sea to describe it, a threshold ocean, a zone of transition, both biological and perhaps perceptual. Because for all its surface calm, The Sargasso Sea represents a paradox. It is defined by drift, yet it doesn't drift. It is filled with life, yet hides the very act of its creation. It welcomes ships, but alters their course, and it offers no landmarks, no coasts, no features, yet all who pass through remember it. Not always clearly, not always fondly, but vividly. It stays with them, like a dream you can't forget, even if you don't understand it. And perhaps that's the Sargasso's purpose, not to hold secrets, but to suggest them, to exist not as a riddle to be solved, but as a reminder that the ocean, for all its charts, for all its data, for all our arrogant mapping, still contains places that do not wish to be known. Not fully, not yet. It's easy to dismiss legends, to fold them into scientific explanations, to say it's just algae or it's just current. But sometimes stillness is a story. Sometimes silence is a signal. And sometimes what the ocean refuses to reveal is more important than what it shows. The Sargasso Sea continues to float, unmoving, through the heart of the Atlantic. Its golden mats drift slowly under the sun. Its invisible borders hold firm. And beneath it all, the eels return. Every year, every generation, drawn to a sea that does not call, but waits. And in that waiting, there is power, there is mystery, and there is something else that we're not yet meant to see. Story 10. The Bermuda Triangle's vanishing vessels. The Sargasso's mystery is one of waiting, of stillness that resists explanation. But not far from its drifting bounds lies a very different enigma, one marked not by silence, but by disappearance. Where the ocean does not wait, it swallows. Not gradually, not peacefully, but in an instant. Ships that vanish, planes that never arrive, radios that fall silent without warning, and skies that turn against their pilots without cause. A place feared by sailors, mythologized by storytellers, and investigated by scientists for nearly a century. A triangle drawn not by land, but by absence. This is the story of the Bermuda Triangle and the vanishing vessels that gave it its name. The boundaries of the Bermuda Triangle are, appropriately, not fixed. Most commonly, it is defined by 3 points: Miami, Florida, San Juan, Puerto Rico, and the island of Bermuda. Within this triangle of sea, covering roughly 500,000 square miles, lies one of the most heavily trafficked and, paradoxically, most feared maritime regions in the world. Commercial airliners pass through it daily. Cruise ships and cargo vessels sail its waters. Billions of dollars in trade move through this corridor every year. And yet, the Bermuda Triangle has long been associated with vanishing acts that seem to defy logic. The phrase Bermuda Triangle itself is a modern one, but the stories it describes are not. Long before the term was coined in the 20th century, the waters between Florida and the Caribbean had a reputation, not just for danger, but for strangeness. The earliest hints came from the journals of Christopher Columbus himself. In 1492, as he crossed the Atlantic, Columbus recorded strange behavior in the sky and sea near the area we now call the Bermuda Triangle. He wrote of seeing a great flame of fire crashing into the ocean. His compass began to behave erratically, and the stars, he claimed, no longer aligned with the heavens. Centuries later, such accounts would be dismissed as superstition or mistranslation. But others would soon experience their own versions of what Columbus saw, and worse. Perhaps the most famous case, the one that first thrust the triangle into global consciousness, happened in December of 1945. 5 US Navy bombers, designated Flight 19, departed from Fort Lauderdale on a routine training mission. The weather was fair, the pilots were experienced, their aircraft, TBM Avenger torpedo bombers, were sturdy and reliable. The mission was simple: fly east for a time, conduct a bombing run over the open sea, then turn north, west, and return to base. But less than 2 hours into the flight, something went wrong. Radio transmissions from the lead pilot, Lieutenant Charles Taylor, revealed growing confusion. "We don't know where we are," he said. "We can't find west. Everything is wrong, strange. Even the ocean doesn't look as it should." Other pilots echoed the same disorientation. Compasses spun, landmarks vanished, and as weather began to worsen, their last transmissions grew more panicked. And then, abruptly, silent. Flight 19, 5 aircraft, 14 men, was gone. The Navy launched an immediate search and rescue mission. A Martin Mariner flying boat was dispatched to locate the missing planes. Within 20 minutes, it too disappeared. No wreckage was found, no bodies recovered, no signals detected. In total, 27 men were lost. The incident remains one of the most chilling unsolved disappearances in military aviation history. The Navy's official report blamed causes or reasons unknown. But Flight 19 was not the first, nor the last, to vanish in the triangle. In 1918, the USS Cyclops, a massive Navy collier nearly 550 feet long, disappeared without a trace while en route from Barbados to Baltimore. It was carrying over 10,000 tons of manganese ore and more than 300 men. No distress signal was sent. No debris was found. It was the largest non-combat loss of life in US naval history at the time. And its sister ships, the USS Nereus and the USS Proteus, would later disappear in eerily similar fashion, while traveling the same route. Civilian cases followed. In 1948, a Douglas DC-3 passenger plane vanished while flying from San Juan to Miami. Its last message indicated that it was less than 50 miles from its destination. Then, silence. 32 people aboard. No trace ever found. In 1950, a Globemaster C-54 transport aircraft vanished. In 1955, a yacht named the Connemara IV was discovered drifting, intact but abandoned. Its crew gone. Again and again, the stories repeated. Vessels leaving port under clear skies, only to vanish without warning. Radio messages cut off mid-sentence. Wreckage never found. Search efforts that turned up nothing. Not even oil slicks or life jackets. Over the decades, these incidents began to accumulate, a pattern of absences that came to define the region. A triangle not of geography, but of vanished time. But is there truly something unusual happening within the Bermuda Triangle? Or is it simply a case of coincidence, magnified by media? In the 1970s, author Charles Berlitz helped popularize the Bermuda Triangle mystery with a series of best-selling books. He framed the triangle as a zone of paranormal activity, a place where natural laws broke down. His writings cited hundreds of cases, some documented, others apocryphal, of missing ships, aircraft, and people. The public was captivated. The triangle became the stuff of legend, a shorthand for unexplained loss. But scientists were more skeptical. Oceanographers, meteorologists, and aviation experts pointed to more grounded explanations. The region, they argued, sees some of the most unpredictable weather patterns in the world. Sudden squalls, waterspouts, and microbursts can develop in minutes. Powerful currents, like the Gulf Stream, can carry wreckage far from its original location, making recovery nearly impossible. Navigational errors, particularly in the era before GPS, were common. The convergence of magnetic and true north lines in the region could cause compasses to give inaccurate readings, especially in older models. As for disappearances without wreckage, not so unusual. The ocean, after all, is vast. It has swallowed far more than it has revealed. Statistically, some researchers claim the Bermuda Triangle doesn't even have a higher rate of disappearances than other busy maritime zones. Its mystery, they argue, is one of perception, a narrative shaped by repetition and cultural fascination. But others aren't so sure. What of the radio silence, the abrupt loss of communication that so often precedes these vanishings? What of the consistency, the eerily similar accounts from different pilots, sailors, and passengers across decades? Some have proposed more exotic theories. One idea posits that methane hydrates, frozen pockets of gas trapped beneath the seafloor, occasionally erupt, releasing massive plumes of methane bubbles. These can reduce the density of the water, causing ships to lose buoyancy and sink instantly without warning or trace. Another theory suggests that the region's unique atmospheric conditions might produce rare forms of electromagnetic interference, disrupting compasses, radios, and even human perception. More speculative still are ideas of interdimensional rifts, portals perhaps that briefly open and close, time slips, wormholes, areas where reality frays, and something else bleeds through. While such concepts stretch the bounds of mainstream science, they echo a deeper truth, one long recognized by those who live near the triangle's borders. Ask the fishermen of Bimini, the islanders of Andros, the sailors of Nassau. They'll tell you stories not found in official reports, of ghost ships drifting silently under full sail, of aircraft seen in the sky, only to vanish like mist, of strange lights below the water, of compasses that spin without cause, and of a feeling, a deep, inescapable feeling, that the sea is watching. It's not fear, it's not paranoia, it's something older, something instinctual, a recognition that the ocean does not merely hold danger, it contains mystery. Aboard these vanished vessels were men and women with families, futures, and destinations. Their ships were real, their disappearances documented, and yet they are gone, as if they never were. There are those who claim that every disappearance has an explanation, that if only we had enough data, enough evidence, we could solve each case, close every file. But the Bermuda Triangle resists such neat conclusions, not because the data isn't there, but because the patterns don't make sense, because ships don't simply vanish mid-transmission, because aircraft don't cease to exist minutes from landing, because people don't evaporate, not without leaving something behind. Unless, of course, the triangle is not merely a place, but a process, a slow unraveling of certainty, a space where logic dissolves and mystery takes its place. The ocean has many faces. It can be calm or wild, shallow or deep, welcoming or merciless. But within the Bermuda Triangle, it becomes something else. Not a body of water, but a mirror. One that reflects back at us the limits of our understanding, the fragility of our instruments, the vulnerability of our assumptions, and the uncomfortable truth that not all who set sail return. Not because they made a mistake, but because some places were never meant to be mapped, some paths not meant to be retraced, and some disappearances not meant to be solved. The US government officially does not recognize the Bermuda Triangle as an area of unusual hazard. It does not appear on official nautical maps. It is not designated as a zone of concern for pilots or sailors. And yet, the law persists, passed quietly from crew to crew, whispered in port cities, recorded in private logs. The unexplained is not always dismissed. Sometimes it is just unspoken. For those who work the seas and skies of the triangle, there is an understanding, a quiet agreement that something here does not behave as expected. Not every voyage is haunted, not every storm is unnatural, but sometimes the rules change, the water grows strange, the sky folds in upon itself, and the horizon never arrives. It is not fear that keeps the mystery alive, it is repetition. Over a century of disappearances, of stories so similar they could have been scripted, but they weren't. They happened. This is not mythology. It is not folklore. It is a pattern recorded in flight logs, in naval reports, in Coast Guard archives. Not embellished, not dramatized, just incomplete. Incomplete in the same way all true mysteries are. They end not with an answer, but with an absence. A silence where a signal should be. An empty sea where a ship should stand. A question that refuses to settle into an explanation. The Bermuda Triangle may not be the most dangerous place on Earth, but it is one of the most defiant. Defiant of logic. Defiant of data. Defiant of those who would try to draw neat lines around chaos and say, this is what happened. Because here, no one can be sure. Even the survivors, the few who have returned, do not always return whole. They speak of lost time, of strange lights, of a feeling that something passed by and kept going. Something vast, something unknowable, not malevolent, not kind, just present and watching. We like to believe that the world has been measured, that there are no more dragons on the maps, that GPS and satellite imaging have pulled back every veil. But the Bermuda Triangle suggests otherwise. It is a reminder that some places do not belong to us, that some coordinates cannot be pinned down, that some regions resist understanding not because they are unknowable, but because they are not meant to be known, not fully, not yet. Ships will continue to sail, planes will continue to fly, and most will pass through the triangle without incident. But every so often, the sea will take, and when it does, it leaves nothing. No farewell, no signal, no trace. Only a space where something used to be. A silent echo of movement, a gap in the pattern, and a mystery that endures. Story 11. The disappearance of the MV Joyita. From the sun-drenched waters of the Atlantic, where ships vanish into blue silence and never return, we now drift into the still, empty heart of the South Pacific, a region even more remote, even more indifferent to human presence. Here, amid thousands of miles of open water, lies a tale that doesn't begin with disappearance, but with discovery. A ship found floating alone, silent, lifeless, and yet, somehow, still alive. Its decks half submerged, its cabins open to the wind. No one aboard, no one at all. The MV Joyita had been missing for over a month. Then, suddenly, it was back, adrift, off course, and carrying nothing but questions. No distress signal, no mayday call, no wreckage, no bodies. Just a vessel that should have sunk, but didn't, and a mystery that refuses to let go. The year was 1955. In the quiet Pacific port of Apia, on the island of Upolu in Samoa, the MV Joyita was preparing for a routine cargo run. The weather was clear, the sky cloudless. The waters between Samoa and the Tokelau Islands were familiar, well-traveled and well-charted. The Joyita had made this journey many times before, but this time, it wouldn't arrive. At first, No one panicked. Ships ran late all the time in the South Pacific. A mechanical hiccup, a delay in loading, or a sudden squall could push back arrival by days. But then came the silence. No contact, no radio messages, no sightings. The days stretched into a week, then two. The families of the passengers grew restless. The shipping company sent word to nearby islands. Airplanes were dispatched to scan the vast blue emptiness. Naval ships joined the search. Still, nothing. And then, just as quietly as it had vanished, the Joyita returned. It was November 10th, over 5 weeks since the ship had last been seen. A merchant vessel spotted it near Fiji, hundreds of miles from its intended route, drifting, listless. When they boarded her, they found no signs of life. But the Joyita wasn't wrecked. It hadn't capsized. It hadn't even sunk. Despite heavy listing to port, despite waterlogged cabins and scattered cargo, the ship remained afloat. It was as if it had simply been left behind. Inside, the evidence told a story with no clear ending. Blood-stained bandages on the deck, opened medical kits, a broken radio, a stopped clock, an engine wrapped in blankets, no logbook, no navigation charts, no life rafts. 25 people had vanished. Not a single clue as to where they went or why they never came back. To understand just how unusual this was, we have to look closer at the ship itself. The MV Joyita was not a fragile craft. Built in Los Angeles in 1931, she had begun her life as a luxury yacht, an indulgence for a Hollywood film director. Her name, Joyita, means little jewel in Spanish. And in her prime, she lived up to it. But like many things built before the war, she was repurposed for duty. During World War II, she served the US Navy as a patrol and rescue boat, stripped of luxury and redesigned for endurance. Her wooden hull was made of double-planked cedar, strong, buoyant, and famously difficult to sink. Even when filled with water, the Joyita was built to stay afloat. After the war, she changed hands again, becoming a merchant vessel. By 1955, she was under the command of Captain Thomas "Dusty" Miller, a seasoned British sailor with decades of experience in the Pacific. He was practical, respected, and known for his calm under pressure. He wouldn't have abandoned ship without cause. So what happened? The voyage itself began without issue. On October 3rd, the Joyita left Apia with 9 crew members and 16 passengers, including a doctor, a government official, and several traders heading to Tokelau. The cargo hold was full, carrying food, medical supplies, fabric rolls, and timber. Weather forecasts were favorable. The journey was expected to take 2 days. It took 38, or rather, it never finished. Somewhere along the way, the Joyita vanished from both sea and sky. No witnesses, no signals, no survivors, just gone. When search teams scoured the route, they found nothing. No oil slick, no debris, not even a lifebuoy. Then came the discovery near Fiji. When rescuers boarded the ship, the first thing they noticed was the silence. No engines, no power, no human noise. The interior was soaked. Salt water sloshed through the lower deck. The cargo was scattered. Boxes torn open, packages floating, timber dislodged and piled against the walls. The engine room was in disarray. The main engine was not only dead, it had been disassembled. The auxiliary engine, a smaller backup used in emergencies, was covered with blankets, as though someone had tried to shield it. The radio was tuned to the emergency distress frequency, but the antenna was broken. It could transmit no farther than 2 miles. Perhaps someone had called for help, but no one had been close enough to hear it. One of the more curious details was the ship's wall clock. It had stopped at exactly 10:25. Whether it marked the moment the ship was abandoned or the moment power was lost, no one could say. The lifeboats were gone. So were the logbooks and navigational charts, documents essential for understanding a ship's journey. There were signs that someone had been injured, perhaps severely. Blood-stained bandages were found near the bridge, but whose blood it was remains unknown. Even more eerie was the absence of food and water rations. Most had been left behind. If the crew and passengers truly believed the ship was sinking, why would they leave without provisions? Why abandon a floating vessel and strike out into the vast open ocean in small rafts with nothing to sustain them? Theories emerged quickly. Each tried to explain the same facts, but none could explain them all. Some pointed to mechanical failure. The main engine was inoperative, possibly due to a leaking pipe in the cooling system. That leak could have caused the engine room to flood, making it appear as if the vessel was sinking. In the panic, the crew might have believed the Joy Eater was doomed. But this doesn't align with what the rescuers found. The ship wasn't taking on water fast enough to sink, and her cedar hull made her virtually unsinkable. Others blamed human error. Perhaps Captain Miller, or someone under his command, misjudged the situation. Perhaps the listing of the ship, caused by water collecting unevenly in the hull, created the illusion of imminent capsizing. Still, the absence of rational preparation, no food, no water, no logs, casts doubt on this theory. Then came the whispers of foul play. The South Pacific, though relatively peaceful in the 1950s, was not without its dangers. Piracy, while rare, was not unheard of. The Joy Eater's cargo included medical supplies and government-issued items, things that might attract interest in remote waters. Could the ship have been boarded? Was the crew taken by force? The missing items, life rafts, navigation tools, personal effects, might suggest looting. But there were no bullet holes, no signs of struggle, no spent shells, no broken furniture, no defensive wounds noted in the blood evidence. If there had been an attack, it left no visible scars. Some suggested a more psychological explanation. Could something have driven the crew into a state of collective panic? There's a phenomenon among sailors, a deeply rooted instinct known as abandoned ship syndrome. In high-stress situations, especially when communication equipment fails and conditions deteriorate, even experienced sailors can become convinced that a vessel is doomed, even when it isn't. There are recorded instances of crews fleeing ships that ultimately remained afloat. Vessels that were later recovered, intact, and mysteriously empty. Could that have happened here? Perhaps. But even panic doesn't explain the lack of survival gear, or the broken radio, or the eerie stillness of the Joy Eater's interior. And then, the stranger theories began to circulate, not because they were likely, but because the facts refused to line up. Some believed the Joy Eater had sailed into an area of electromagnetic interference, a region where compass needles spin, radios fail, and time seems to lose its grip. Places like this are whispered about among mariners. They exist in the stories told at sea. Stories of ships that disappear for days, then return with no memory of where they've been. Could the Joy Eater have encountered something like that? Something we don't yet understand? A natural anomaly? A spatial distortion? Or something else entirely? Others wondered if the ship had sailed into classified military waters. The 1950s were a volatile time in the Pacific, full of secret operations, nuclear testing zones, and geopolitical tension. Could the Joy Eater have entered an area it wasn't supposed to? Could someone have intercepted it, silenced it, covered it up? There is no evidence for this, but there is no evidence for anything else either, which, in a way, makes the silence more suspicious. The most unsettling theory of all, however, is the simplest, that whatever happened aboard the MV Joy Eater was a slow unraveling, a cascade of small failures, the engine breakdown, the leaking pipe, the broken radio, followed by fear, followed by desperate decisions made in the dark. And once the decision was made, to abandon ship, to trust the lifeboats, it could not be undone. The open Pacific is vast and indifferent. It swallows mistakes, a wrong heading, a broken paddle, a current that pulls instead of drifts. No one ever saw the lifeboats again. Not a body, not a scrap, not a whisper. And yet, the Joy Eater endured. She floated for over a month, alone, waiting, a ghost on the water. We often think of ghost ships as metaphors, symbols of loss, or cautionary tales. But the Joy Eater is not a metaphor. She is real. She existed. She carried people, families, doctors, traders, and then carried their absence. She is the gap where 25 lives used to be. And unlike most ghost ships, she was found. She came back. But those who sailed aboard her did not. The MV Joy Eater, by the time she was found, had become more than just a missing vessel. She was an apparition made of wood and metal, drifting across the Pacific like a question that refused to be answered. Not a shattered hull on the seafloor, not a tragic footnote in maritime history, but something worse, something unresolved. She had not sunk, she had not burned, she had not been torn apart by storm or reef. She had simply been left behind. For weeks, she drifted across the open sea, empty of life, but heavy with implication. Each wave that rocked her half-submerged deck carried a silent echo of those final hours. Each rusted bolt and salt-stained window watched the horizon, waiting for someone to return and explain what had happened. But no one ever did. As the authorities began their investigation, the world took notice. The Joy Eater's story spread across newspapers and radio broadcasts, framed not as a tragedy, but as a mystery. The kind of story that lives in the strange space between curiosity and dread. A floating ship, a missing crew, no distress call, no bodies. People speculated, people whispered, but the truth, if it had ever existed, seemed to drift just out of reach. The inquest into the disappearance of the Joy Eater's crew yielded little. Witnesses were few. The facts were incomplete. The official report offered mechanical failure and misjudgment as the most likely explanation. But it could not explain the missing lifeboats. It could not explain the absence of any trace of those 25 souls. And it could not explain the strangest detail of all, that the ship never should have sunk, and didn't, yet was still abandoned. Among sailors and superstitious islanders, the Joy Eater began to take on a different meaning. She was not just an empty vessel. She was a cursed one. The notion of a haunted ship is not new. For as long as people have gone to sea, they've told stories about vessels that return without their crews, ships that sail themselves into port, cabins where footsteps echo in the dark. And the Joy Eater, whether the product of tragedy or terror, fit the mold all too well. Some of the salvage crew who towed her back to harbour claimed they felt uneasy on board. A sense of being watched, whispers in empty rooms, cold drafts in sealed compartments. Was it imagination, guilt, or something else? One sailor reportedly refused to spend the night aboard her. He disembarked after only a few hours, pale and shaken, claiming he'd seen a figure standing motionless in the galley, a man he knew wasn't there. Another swore he heard tapping sounds coming from beneath the deck. When he lifted the floorboards, there was nothing, just brine and shadows. Of course, none of these accounts made it into the official record, but they circulated, quietly, among those who knew the sea and had learned to respect its stranger stories. The Joy Eater would be repaired, recommissioned, and returned to service. but her reputation would never recover. Few sailors wanted to board her again. She became a ship of last resort, the kind of vessel you only took if you had no other option, if the money was good, if the cargo couldn't wait. Some took her out anyway, small hauls, quiet jobs, but she was never the same. Eventually, time did what it always does. She broke down, her hull warped, her deck cracked, her name faded from the bow, and she was finally abandoned for good, left to rot in a harbour far from where her journey began. The Joyita is gone now. There are no tours, no plaques, no preserved wreck in a maritime museum, just the story, and the silence where answers should be. In the decades since, new theories have surfaced, each more intricate than the last. One suggested that the ship was smuggling something illicit and that the disappearance was part of a cover-up. But there was no contraband in the hold. Another proposed that the crew had discovered something they weren't supposed to, a strange object in the water or an underwater installation, but no evidence of such a thing has ever surfaced. Still others claimed that the disappearance was staged, that the crew was taken or fled, that they'd started new lives somewhere else under new names. But there is no record of them, no sightings, no second lives, only missing persons reports. And then, always, the fringe theories, the ones that appear when no other explanations satisfy. A tear in space-time, a rift in reality. The Joyita, they say, passed through something unnatural, and when it emerged, it did so alone. The rest did not come back. It's easy to dismiss these ideas, but hard to forget them, especially when so much of the story remains unexplained. A ship that couldn't sink, abandoned. A crew that shouldn't have vanished, gone. A radio call that never reached anyone. A clock stopped at 10:25. The details linger. They stack like driftwood, each one inconclusive on its own. But together, they form something else. A question that floats, that bobs in the water, that refuses to go under. What happened aboard the MV Joyita? We may never know, but the ocean remembers. It remembers every vessel that crosses its surface, every storm that pulls a ship off course, every crew that slips beneath the waves and never returns. It holds these memories in its currents, in its silence, in its depths, and occasionally it gives one back, as if to remind us that we do not control it, that our maps are only sketches, that our technology is only skin deep, that the sea keeps its own stories and tells them when it chooses. The Joyita is gone now, but her mystery endures, in case files, in sailors' tales, and in that peculiar space where human logic fails. She's not the only ship to vanish in calm waters, but she is one of the few to come back, not with answers, not with survivors, just back. And that is what makes her unforgettable. Because what's more haunting than a ghost ship? A ship that isn't dead, but missing something that should never have left. People, and the certainty of knowing why. As we drift onward through the Pacific, carried by currents older than any nation, one thing becomes clear. The sea does not owe us explanations, only stories. Some complete, some lost, and some, like the Joyita, left suspended in salt and time, waiting to be understood, but never fully found. Story 12. The Yonaguni Monument. The MV Joyita drifted alone through the open Pacific, a floating question mark, saturated with loss and shadowed by absence. And as the last echoes of her story fade into the silence of the sea, we begin to surface into a different kind of mystery, one not lost in open water, but carved into stone, not adrift, but anchored deep beneath the waves. Somewhere, far to the northwest of the Joyita's final drift, the ocean meets a rugged coastline, sharp cliffs that rise suddenly from the sea, ancient and unyielding. This is Yonaguni, Japan's westernmost inhabited island, closer to Taiwan than to Tokyo, a quiet, wind-blown sentinel at the edge of the East China Sea. Here, where typhoons gather strength and sunken reefs lie hidden beneath shallow currents, the sea has always been both protector and threat. And beneath its shimmering blue surface, there is something waiting, something that shouldn't be there, a shape, a presence, not alive, and yet not entirely geological. It was 1986 when the first shadow was spotted. Kihachiro Aratake wasn't looking for mysteries. He was looking for fish. As the head of a local dive tourism company, Aratake had spent countless hours beneath the waters off Yonaguni, searching for new sites to attract visitors. The currents were strong, the reefs colorful, and the visibility was often excellent, a paradise for divers. But he wanted something different, something no one else could offer. That's when he saw it. At first, it was nothing more than a smudge below, a distortion of color on the seabed. But as he swam closer, the shape resolved into something massive and unmistakably unnatural. Large steps, sharp corners, flat surfaces, layers of horizontal stone arranged in ways that seemed almost architectural. And most puzzling of all, the scale. It was enormous. A series of vast, tiered platforms carved into the bedrock, a towering slab that resembled a pyramid, what looked like a long corridor flanked by rising walls. And everywhere, right angles, straight lines, geometry that nature, especially underwater, rarely deals in. Aratake surfaced with a rush of breath and questions. He returned again and again, documenting the site with photographs and videos, sharing it with friends, colleagues, and, eventually, geologists. And that's when the debate began. What exactly had he found? Some claimed it was nothing more than a rare but natural rock formation, sandstone sculpted by tectonic forces and ocean erosion. But others weren't so sure. Among the skeptics of the natural explanation was Professor Masaki Kimura, a marine geologist from the University of the Ryukyus. He visited the site in the early 1990s and was immediately struck by its features. Kimura didn't just see erosion. He saw walls, gates, roads, and even what he believed were staircases. To him, this was no accident of geology. It was the remnant of something human, or at the very least, something built. Kimura's analysis suggested the structures might be more than 10,000 years old, dating back to a time before written history, before the known rise of civilization in the region. If true, this would make the Yonaguni Monument one of the oldest known man-made structures on Earth. But that, of course, is a very big if. Let's step back. The monument lies roughly 25 meters below the surface, shallow enough to be reached by recreational divers, but deep enough to have escaped detection for millennia. It spans an area of about 150 meters in length and 40 meters wide, a colossal rectangular mass of sandstone bedrock that appears to have been sheared and shaped with astonishing precision. The most prominent feature is a flat, broad terrace with a series of descending steps, reminiscent of a stepped pyramid or ziggurat. The edges are sharp, the faces are smooth. Some sections are so cleanly aligned they appear almost like giant flagstones, placed rather than formed. To the south lies a structure dubbed the main terrace, where large horizontal platforms cascade downward like giant stone bleachers. Another section, called the Loop Road, appears to curve around a central mass, giving the impression of a ceremonial pathway or corridor. There are also deep trenches that resemble drainage channels, a wide feature nicknamed the Stadium that looks like it could seat hundreds if it were above water. And at the edge of the site, what some divers believe to be a stone face staring up from the sea floor. This face, weathered, cracked, and open to interpretation, is perhaps the most debated feature of all. Some see a jawline, a nose, and sunken eyes. Others see coincidence, the pareidolia of the deep. But the question remains, how do you explain all of this? Could water and wind alone shape something so architectural? Or did ancient hands play a role? Supporters of the man-made theory point to several key observations. First, the angles. Natural sandstone typically fractures along irregular patterns, jagged lines, rounded surfaces. But here, the lines are straight. The corners, perfect. The features are not just present, they're repeating. Horizontal planes at regular intervals. Vertices aligned with each other across wide distances. Second, the site's alignment. Some claim the monument is oriented to the cardinal directions, a trait often seen in ancient architecture, from the pyramids of Giza to the temples of Central America. If true, this would suggest a level of intentionality difficult to attribute to chance. Third, tool marks. Kimura and his team reported finding what appeared to be chisel marks on some of the surfaces, grooves and indentations that hinted at human workmanship. They also claimed to have discovered remnants of stone tools nearby, along with what they believed were upright megaliths and stone tablets bearing inscriptions, though none of these claims have been verified independently. Skeptics, however, offer a different story. They argue that the site is a classic case of apophenia, the human tendency to perceive patterns where none exist, to see meaning in randomness, civilization in stone. Geologists like Robert Schoch, known for his work on the Sphinx, have visited Yonaguni and concluded that the features are consistent with known geological processes. According to Schoch, the monument is likely the result of tectonic uplift and natural erosion, shaped by thousands of years of ocean currents, earthquakes, and wave action. He points out that similar formations can be found elsewhere in the region, both above and below sea level. Cliffs and terraces formed from jointed sandstone that fracture cleanly along horizontal planes. In this view, the monument is not a mystery at all. It's a beautiful accident of nature. But even Schoch admits it's an unusual one. There's also the question of context. If the Yonaguni monument is truly man-made, where is the supporting evidence? No pottery, no bones, no artifacts, no signs of agriculture, religion, or written language. No settlements nearby that might suggest a lost civilization once flourished here. And if such a civilization did exist, one capable of shaping such immense stoneworks, it would have predated any known complex society in East Asia by thousands of years. That would rewrite history. And rewriting history, as always, requires extraordinary evidence. Still, there's something about Yonaguni that resists dismissal. It doesn't feel accidental. When divers descend into its waters, when they swim across its platforms and corridors, they report a strange sensation, a feeling of presence, as if they are moving through a space meant to be navigated, not just observed, a place with intention and memory. Could it be that this site was once above water? That a prehistoric culture carved these structures into the cliffs when sea levels were lower, before a cataclysmic event submerged them? The last ice age ended roughly 12,000 years ago. As glaciers melted and sea levels rose, entire coastlines vanished beneath the waves. In Southeast Asia, this process created what we now know as the Indonesian archipelago, submerging vast land masses that once connected the islands. If Yonaguni was once part of a larger landform, an exposed plateau rather than an island chain, it's conceivable that human populations could have lived there, built there, and lost everything. This is the theory put forward by proponents of the lost civilization hypothesis, the idea that advanced societies may have existed long before our current historical timeline allows. In this view, Yonaguni is not an anomaly. It's a fragment, a surviving piece of a culture that flourished before the flood. Atlantis, Mu, Lemuria. Different names for the same haunting idea, that something once stood where now only ocean remains. It's a romantic theory, but one that raises difficult questions. If this civilization was real, where are its stories, its art, its people? And how could such a society have risen and vanished without leaving behind a single undisputed trace? There is, however, another possibility, that Yonaguni is both natural and shaped. A site where nature laid the foundation and humans came later, modifying the stone, enhancing the features, giving form to the landscape's raw potential. In this version of events, the monument is a kind of collaboration, a dialogue between geology and culture, between what the Earth creates and what people choose to see. And in a way, that might be the most compelling theory of all, because it doesn't require rewriting the entire history of civilization, only expanding it, recognizing that our ancestors were not simply primitive wanderers, but curious, observant, and deeply connected to the land, capable of seeing meaning where others saw stone, and perhaps leaving behind something of that vision for us to rediscover. As we return to the monument itself, as we drift over its terraces, past the great stone face and the ghostly corridors, we begin to understand why this place has captivated so many. It isn't just the scale, it's the silence, the way the structure seems to wait, half buried in sediment, half revealed by currents. Not quite ruin, not quite sculpture, just presence. A monument not to certainty, but to possibility, to the idea that beneath the waves, beneath the veneer of time, lie stories we haven't yet learned how to read. And for now, that's where we'll leave it. Not explained, not dismissed, just submerged, waiting. The sea does not forget. It holds onto the past in layers, not as memories, but as pressure, as erosion, as silence thick with the weight of time. And the Yonaguni monument remains there, just off the coast of that forgotten island, like a book half buried in the sand. Its cover weathered, its words unreadable, but its presence undeniable. Divers who visit the site often speak of an odd stillness, not the usual calm of being underwater, that quiet cocooning sensation that mutes the outside world, but something deeper, more deliberate, as if the monument itself were listening. Perhaps that stillness is what draws people in. A magnetism not born from certainty, but from the aching need to know, to understand what this place is, and who, if anyone, once walked its stone. Over the decades, expeditions have returned to Yonaguni, each seeking to answer that same question. Cameras have been lowered, sonar scans produced, measurements taken and analysed. But the data never speaks with one voice, because Yonaguni defies categorization. If you approach it as a natural feature, the science will point toward erosion, tectonic activity, and the patterns of sedimentary rock. If you approach it as an archaeological site, your mind will find steps, faces, walkways, symbols of lost design. And if you allow the unknown to speak, even briefly, you begin to hear something else altogether. Something older, not in years, but in meaning. That's where the whispers of myth begin to stir. Across the Pacific, tales of sunken lands and drowned cities are not new. They echo in Hawaiian chants, in Polynesian folklore, and in the ancient oral traditions of Japan itself. In the Japanese creation myth, the islands were said to be formed by gods, Izanagi and Izanami, who stirred the sea with a jeweled spear. Where the drops of brine fell, land was born. It's a poetic origin, one that links the sea with both destruction and creation. And it's easy to imagine that somewhere within these stories lies a fragment of truth. In some versions of Okinawan folklore, there are whispers of a kingdom that vanished beneath the sea after a great shaking, swallowed by angry waves. These legends are vague and often dismissed as metaphor. But every myth begins with an event, a moment that lingers just long enough to be passed down, warped, reshaped, and remembered. Could the Yonaguni monument be the remnants of that memory? Some researchers have noted that the Ryukyu Islands, of which Yonaguni is the westernmost point, were once part of a much larger landmass thousands of years ago. Before the seas rose, before coastlines were redrawn, during the last glacial maximum, around 20,000 years ago, sea levels were over 100 meters lower than they are today. Vast expanses of land now underwater were then dry, habitable terrain. That means the area where the Yonaguni monument sits may have once been a hillside, a cliff overlooking the sea, a sacred place perhaps, or a lookout, or nothing at all, just rock, waiting. If a culture did exist here, carving into that stone, etching out paths and chambers, its remains would have long since been scattered, eaten away by salt, buried by time. But maybe that's the point. Not everything survives. Not every trace is preserved. And sometimes what we find is not a message, but a shadow of one. The possibility that Yonaguni represents a drowned structure, man-made or at least man-modified, has led to comparisons with other submerged sites around the world. Take the Bimini Road, for example. Located in the Bahamas, it consists of large rectangular limestone blocks arranged in a straight path beneath the shallow sea. Some believe it's the remnants of an ancient road, possibly linked to Atlantis. Others say it's simply a natural formation, beach rock fractured by tidal action. Or consider the submerged ruins off the coast of Dwarka in India, believed by some archaeologists to be the remains of a legendary city mentioned in ancient texts. There too, the line between natural and human becomes difficult to define. And then there's Pavlopetri, off the coast of Greece, a genuine, confirmed submerged city over 5,000 years old. Streets, buildings, tombs, all preserved beneath the waves. It serves as proof that ancient civilizations did settle near shorelines, and that some of those cities were indeed claimed by the sea. So perhaps Yonaguni isn't alone. Perhaps it's one of many lost sites, erased not by conspiracy or cataclysm, but by the slow, relentless rhythm of the earth itself. Still, none of these comparisons fully explain the monument's uniqueness. Because Yonaguni isn't just underwater, it feels other. There's something uncanny about its shape, its depth, its placement. The way it seems too perfect to be chance, and yet too silent to be clearly claimed. Even now, nearly 40 years after its discovery, there's no consensus. The Japanese government has not designated it a cultural heritage site. No full-scale excavation has been approved. The academic world remains divided, caught between intrigue and skepticism. And so, the monument waits. Divers still visit, of course. Tour boats take curious travelers to the site. Underwater drones capture footage that circulates online, igniting fresh debates and renewed wonder. Every few years, a new theory emerges, and just as quickly dissolves into uncertainty. Some believe it was a ritual site, a temple devoted to sun worship or the moon's passage. others speculate that it served as a defensive structure, a kind of oceanic fortress watching over the shore. A few propose that it's part of a larger network, a submerged city that stretches far beyond what's been mapped. But without artifacts, without writing, without people to speak for it, Yonaguni cannot answer. It can only exist. And perhaps that is its power. Because in an age of digital certainty, when every corner of the Earth seems mapped, photographed, and labeled, the idea that something so massive could still defy classification is strangely comforting. It reminds us that the ocean keeps its secrets, that not every question has an answer, and that sometimes the mystery itself is the message. As you rise back to the surface, as the monument fades into the blue behind you, the mind races, trying to sort pattern from illusion, trying to hold onto the image of those sharp lines and impossible corners. You begin to wonder, was it real? Did someone carve those steps, shape that platform, watch the sun set from that terrace long before we knew this place existed? Or is the entire site a cosmic accident, a geological fluke shaped by wind and water into a sculpture of ancient suggestion? Even now, the answer eludes us. And maybe that's exactly how it should be, because mystery, like stone, endures longest when it resists erosion. And in the end, the Yonaguni monument is more than just a sunken structure. It's a threshold between what is known and what we're still learning to see, between the solid and the imagined, between the silence of the deep and the stories waiting just beyond reach. Photographed and labeled, the idea that something so massive could still defy classification is strangely comforting. It reminds us that the ocean keeps its secrets, that not every question has an answer, and that sometimes the mystery itself is the message. As you rise back to the surface, as the monument fades into the blue behind you, the mind races, trying to sort pattern from illusion, trying to hold onto the image of those sharp lines and impossible corners. You begin to wonder, was it real? Did someone carve those steps, shape that platform, watch the sun set from that terrace long before we knew this place existed? Or is the entire site a cosmic accident, a geological fluke shaped by wind and water into a sculpture of ancient suggestion? Even now, the answer eludes us. And maybe that's exactly how it should be, because mystery, like stone, endures longest when it resists erosion. And in the end, the Yonaguni monument is more than just a sunken structure. It's a threshold between what is known and what we're still learning to see, between the solid and the imagined, between the silence of the deep and the stories waiting just beyond reach. The Baltic Sea's methane leak. In the weeks following the Baltic methane leak, the sea grew quiet again. The bubbles slowed. The plume dissipated into the water, and the satellites turned elsewhere. But for the scientists who studied the event, that moment became a turning point, not just in understanding the Baltic, but in recognizing how easily the unknown can rise from below. What seemed at first to be an isolated rupture may have been something far more complex. A breach not only of steel, but of silence, of assumptions, of equilibrium. And the questions that followed were not just scientific, they were existential. How deep is the Earth's memory? And what happens when it begins to speak? To better understand what had happened beneath the Baltic, researchers launched a series of dives deploying autonomous underwater vehicles and sensor-laden probes across the region. What they found was not uniform, it was chaotic. The sediment surrounding the leak zone showed signs of rapid displacement. Layers of fine clay and mud, usually settled in smooth, horizontal bands, were jumbled, compressed, in some places even inverted. A geological fingerprint of sudden upward force. It was as if something had pressed from below. Some of the fissures extended far beyond the immediate vicinity of the pipeline. Tiny fractures, barely visible, crisscrossed the seafloor in patterns that looked almost organic, like veins or roots or lightning frozen in time. These were not man-made. And in several locations, methane continued to leak, not from the pipeline, but from the Earth itself, as if the rupture had awakened something dormant, a pocket, a system, a reservoir, long held under pressure. What began as an investigation into sabotage was rapidly shifting into a study of paleogeology, of ancient gas beds, of the unstable boundary between what we bury and what refuses to stay buried. Methane, for all its danger, is an ancient breath. It's formed in two primary ways: thermogenically, through the breakdown of buried organic matter under intense heat and pressure, and biogenically, through microbial activity in cold, oxygen-deprived environments. The Baltic Sea contains both. Beneath its shallow floor, layers of organic-rich mud sit in cold darkness, slowly generating methane through bacterial digestion. Some of this methane remains trapped in hydrates. Some accumulates in small cavities, and some escapes slowly through seeps, natural vents that have existed for thousands of years. But the leak changed the rhythm. Sonar surveys after the incident revealed dozens of new gas flares, long, shimmering trails of methane rising vertically through the water column. Some were small, others stretched over 100 meters. These were not known before. They had no prior activity. They had been quiet, until now. Scientists began mapping the seeps, trying to determine whether this was a chain reaction or simply a coincidence. The pattern was unclear, but the increase was undeniable. The Baltic, they feared, might be entering a new phase. In geological terms, the seabed is not a static surface. It moves, it folds, fractures, and occasionally exhales. But beneath the Baltic, that process is complicated by what humans have added. Pipelines, cables, dumped munitions, buried waste. Following World War II, Allied forces scuttled massive quantities of unused chemical weapons in the Baltic, over 40,000 tons by some estimates. The decision was made quickly, with little foresight. Barrels were dropped by the thousands, allowed to sink where they may. Some ruptured immediately. Others have remained intact for over 70 years, slowly corroding in the brackish water. No one knows exactly how many remain, or how close they are to the seafloor fractures now observed near the leak site. This raises a new, more disturbing question. What happens if the Earth opens beneath a barrel? What if a sudden gas eruption dislodges one, or several? And would we even know it before it was too late? These aren't just hypothetical concerns. In 2011, fishermen off the coast of Poland reported a strange yellow substance clinging to their nets. It turned out to be mustard gas from a decades-old dump site that had shifted. And the seabed, already unstable from natural gas seeps, may be more volatile now than it has been in living memory. There is a concept in geology known as gas blowouts. It refers to a rapid, explosive release of methane or other gases from sediment layers, usually triggered by changes in pressure, temperature, or disturbance. These events can reshape the seafloor in moments. In some cases, they've been powerful enough to form underwater craters, displace entire sediment columns, and generate tremors mistaken for earthquakes. Blowouts are more common in deep-sea environments, but shallow seas like the Baltic are not immune. In fact, they may be more prone, because the pressure sealing the gas is weaker. Some believe the Baltic leak may have functioned as a kind of artificial blowout trigger, a controlled rupture that destabilized surrounding sediments. And once destabilized, the methane no longer needs permission to rise. In a quiet office at Stockholm University, a team of marine chemists began examining the isotopic signature of the methane released during the leak. They wanted to know where it came from. Pipeline methane is typically thermogenic, a byproduct of fossil fuel extraction. But the gas measured in the Baltic plumes showed a more mixed profile. Partly thermogenic, yes, but also biogenic. This meant at least some of the methane was not from the pipeline at all. It was coming from the Earth, specifically from the sediment below. The rupture, they concluded, had created a new migration pathway, a conduit through which buried methane could now escape. Like tapping a vein, and perhaps more concerning, there were signs it hadn't stopped. Even weeks after the leak, small but persistent emissions were detected, continuing to rise in places once considered sealed. Not a flood, but a trickle. Not an explosion, but a whisper, a slow exhale from the planet itself. There are those who believe this is just the beginning, that what we saw in the Baltic was not an isolated event, but the first visible sign of something larger, a systemic shift. As oceans warm, methane hydrates across the globe may begin to destabilize, releasing gas that has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. It's already happening in the Arctic. In the East Siberian Sea, plumes of methane have been observed rising from the seafloor in fountains, some several meters wide. The term used is awakening. The ocean, they say, is awakening. But the Baltic is different, not because it is more extreme, but because it is more studied, more monitored, and more human. Here, the interplay between natural forces and human infrastructure is more visible and more fragile. It's not just methane trapped beneath the seabed. It's cables, barrels, artifacts, memory. It's everything we've buried, and everything we hoped would stay buried. And as the Earth exhales, we're learning, sometimes too late, that the past cannot be sealed forever. For centuries, the Baltic has been a witness to history. It has carried Viking longships and Soviet submarines. It has swallowed cities and revealed them. It has hidden treasure, tragedy, war, and wonder. But the methane leak reminds us that the sea doesn't just hold our stories. It holds its own. It is layered with time, each band of sediment a page in an ancient journal, written in gas and pressure and silence. And when those layers rupture, the story continues. Not in words, but in bubbles, in tremors, in the quiet hiss of escaping breath. The Baltic Sea's methane leak is not just a mystery of origin. It is a mystery of timing. Why now? Why here? And what else lies beneath, waiting? The sonar maps continue to evolve. The gas seeps are catalogued, studied, watched. But they still surprise us. New ones appear where none were before. Old ones vanish. The seafloor shifts. The water warms. And the story deepens. There are theories that the leak could have triggered dormant systems, that ancient peat beds, sealed since the end of the Ice Age, are now beginning to rot anew, that glacial relics, once frozen, now softening, are becoming conduits for buried breath. Each theory explains a piece, but none explain the whole, because the Baltic, for all its familiarity, remains unknown, a sea that holds the warmth of myth and the cold logic of chemistry. A basin where sabotage and geology dance in silence, and where every bubble rising from the deep might be the start of something we don't yet understand. As we drift across the Baltic's surface, the water appears calm, untroubled, but beneath, the sea floor is restless. It murmurs in gas and fracture, and in that murmur, there is warning, not of disaster, but of change, slow, silent, and rising, because the earth is always breathing, and sometimes, when we're listening closely, we hear it exhale. There is a concept in geology known as gas blowouts. It refers to a rapid, explosive release of methane or other gases from sediment layers, usually triggered by changes in pressure, temperature, or disturbance. These events can reshape the seafloor in moments. In some cases, they've been powerful enough to form underwater craters, displace entire sediment columns, and generate tremors mistaken for earthquakes. Blowouts are more common in deep-sea environments, but shallow seas like the Baltic are not immune. In fact, they may be more prone, because the pressure sealing the gas is weaker. Some believe the Baltic leak may have functioned as a kind of artificial blowout trigger, a controlled rupture that destabilized surrounding sediments. And once destabilized, the methane no longer needs permission to rise. In a quiet office at Stockholm University, a team of marine chemists began examining the isotopic signature of the methane released during the leak. They wanted to know where it came from. Pipeline methane is typically thermogenic, a byproduct of fossil fuel extraction. But the gas measured in the Baltic plumes showed a more mixed profile. Partly thermogenic, yes, but also biogenic. This meant at least some of the methane was not from the pipeline at all. It was coming from the earth, specifically from the sediment below. The rupture, they concluded, had created a new migration pathway, a conduit through which buried methane could now escape. Like tapping a vein, and perhaps more concerning, there were signs it hadn't stopped. Even weeks after the leak, small but persistent emissions were detected, continuing to rise in places once considered sealed. Not a flood, but a trickle. Not an explosion, but a whisper, a slow exhale from the planet itself. There are those who believe this is just the beginning, that what we saw in the Baltic was not an isolated event, but the first visible sign of something larger, a systemic shift. As oceans warm, methane hydrates across the globe may begin to destabilize, releasing gas that has been trapped for tens of thousands of years. It's already happening in the Arctic. In the East Siberian Sea, plumes of methane have been observed rising from the seafloor in fountains, some several meters wide. The term used is awakening. The ocean, they say, is awakening, but the Baltic is different, not because it is more extreme, but because it is more studied, more monitored, and more human. Here, the interplay between natural forces and human infrastructure is more visible and more fragile. It's not just methane trapped beneath the seabed. It's cables, barrels, artifacts, memory. It's everything we've buried, and everything we hoped would stay buried. And as the Earth exhales, we're learning, sometimes too late, that the past cannot be sealed forever. For centuries, the Baltic has been a witness to history. It has carried Viking longships and Soviet submarines. It has swallowed cities and revealed them. It has hidden treasure, tragedy, war, and wonder. But the methane leak reminds us that the sea doesn't just hold our stories. It holds its own. It is layered with time, each band of sediment a page in an ancient journal, written in gas and pressure and silence. And when those layers rupture, the story continues. Not in words, but in bubbles, in tremors, in the quiet hiss of escaping breath. The Baltic Sea's methane leak is not just a mystery of origin. It is a mystery of timing. Why now? Why here? And what else lies beneath, waiting? The sonar maps continue to evolve. The gas seeps are catalogued, studied, watched. But they still surprise us. New ones appear where none were before. Old ones vanish. The seafloor shifts. The water warms. And the story deepens. There are theories that the leak could have triggered dormant systems, that ancient peat beds, sealed since the end of the Ice Age, are now beginning to rot anew, that glacial relics, once frozen, now softening, are becoming conduits for buried breath. Each theory explains a piece, but none explain the whole, because the Baltic, for all its familiarity, remains unknown, a sea that holds the warmth of myth and the cold logic of chemistry, a basin where sabotage and geology dance in silence, and where every bubble rising from the deep might be the start of something we don't yet understand. As we drift across the Baltic's surface, the water appears calm, untroubled, but beneath, the sea floor is restless. It murmurs in gas and fracture, and in that murmur, there is warning, not of disaster, but of change, slow, silent, and rising, because the earth is always breathing, and sometimes, when we're listening closely, we hear it exhale. The ocean has always been a place of mystery, from vanished vessels and eerie underwater structures, to sounds that defy science and trails that lead nowhere. These stories remind us that we've only just begun to understand what lies beneath. We explored the Baltic Sea anomaly, the bloop, the upsweep. We followed ghost ships through the Bermuda Triangle and chased strange signals deep into the Mariana Trench. Each chapter left behind more questions than answers. But maybe that's the point, because some truths aren't buried. They're submerged, drifting just out of reach in the cold, dark silence of the sea. Which of these mysteries haunted you the most? Do you believe these are natural phenomena, or signs of something we haven't yet begun to comprehend? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this journey into the unexplained, leave a like and subscribe for more cinematic deep dives like this one. There's so much more waiting to be uncovered. And here on Ancient Mysteries, we're just getting started. Stay curious, stay watchful, and remember, the sea may keep its secrets, but sometimes it whispers. Until next time.